Good morning, lads. Good morning, good morning. Gosh, the music's loud. Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, Drunk. Good morning, Mr. West. Rug, good morning. Gallux, good morning. Shewin, good morning as well. Harmer, good morning. Oh, I forgot to dab the sweat off my forehead. Don't look at it. Oh dear, it never looks that bad before I sit down in front of the lights and then it's like the beacon of fucking Gondor. Look at that forehead. Hang on. Where's me dabbing brush? Don't look at it, it'll blind you, lads. It's like don't look at the sun. Dab those haters off your forehead. Yeah. No, I'm really enjoying this game. I've been looking forward to it. I actually remember what's happening in it as well because I've been thinking about it. I know, Rug, I know. Nobody can know that I've got sweat glands on my forehead. Is that a Nordic forehead? Oh dear. That. That's fine. You like that? I like how I have to glint my forehead in the fucking lights to see whether the sweat's gone away enough. I'll do my chin as well, just in case my chin gets sweaty as well. Oh dear. Oh, well, Junk, I hope you win. Catch that ball. Don't let it in the goal. Fine. I don't know that's funny. Oh dear. I like how I had to get... Yeah, try your best, Drunk. I assume that you're the one kicking the ball around, right? Oh dear. Good morning, Mendel. Good morning, good morning. I like how I had to get some... so it's like a clear powder to sit next to my desk. Purely to dab the sweat off of my forehead for stream. It's like its only purpose for me getting it was sweat. Right, let me get what I can see. I want to be able to see you guys on this monitor. Lovely, jubbly. It's really humid. For me, it's just because the lights beat down on my head. And my computer chucks out a lot of heat. And especially at the moment, since I've got my office door closed, so Suze can't break in. It's just like, is hotboxing a thing? Is it what I think it is? Like an oven? It's like being in an oven. Yeah, Galax, So, I think the murderer is the agent manager. She could be vindicated in jail. Good morning, Fog. Good morning. Good morning. How's Sue? She's doing pretty well. She's doing really well. She is very happy. Her vomiting has subsided, which is very good. She does have a little bit of a gaggy moments, but it's not too bad. She's in very good spirits, and no, she's doing great. She's doing really well. Stitches are out. Yeah, she's free of her stitches. We still cover her up just to stop me from fainting, because I'm a I don't pass constitution checks very well, so I haven't actually seen the wound. But Greg says it looks okay. It's there's no sweat. Ooh. Didn't mean to abruptly stop music. There's no swelling anymore. Is she back to eating bananas? I think she has had a banana. I think she has. Yeah. Probably get a cake soon or something. Yeah, I was thinking about doing something nice for her. Yeah, we thought we'd get, I don't know, like a new squeaker for her. But she did just get oh, that's not in the room. My mum sent her a turkey that honks when you bite it. So she is absolutely fucking feral for that turkey. She can be just not in the mood for playing at all, but you bring out that turkey and she's like, "Argh!" Yeah, she loves that turkey. So maybe she doesn't need something new, but I feel like she needs something new to, you know, congratulate her for getting over it. But no, we're really pleased. We're really happy. It's all good news. Hello, Jin. Good morning. Yeah, infamous for their distinct honk. I swear, it looks like a goose as well that's just been reskinned as a turkey. He thinks she deserves a new toy too. I do. Maybe she gets a small. Maybe just a small toy. She's also learned something new. She now gets on the sofa. She's now a sofa baby. She didn't know how to get up on the sofa. Obviously, she'd never been in a home before she'd been with us. And we never really taught her how to get up on the sofa because we were fine with her not being on the sofa. And if she didn't want, you know, if she didn't take particular interest in being up there, that's fine. We would occasionally pick her up, put her on the sofa so that she could cuddle with us in the evenings while we watched TV or something. And she really enjoyed that. But she never, of her own volition, would get up on there herself. And she's literally just started doing it. She'll hop up there now and sit with you, or we'll come in to the room and she'll be on the sofa already. She'll be there already. And we'll be like, how did you, like, she'll be there snuggled up with a toy on the sofa. We didn't put the toy there. And it is the sweetest fucking thing ever. It is so cute. She is so happy whenever she gets on that sofa. She's so happy, and yeah, she is so happy. So that's really nice. Like we don't mind her being on the sofa. The only place she's not really allowed is on our bed because I have allergies, and we don't kind of want her getting me all allergy-y when I can't kind of get away from her. It's just, the bed. Also, she gets a little bit of sleep startle, so we don't want her sleeping on the bed while we're there, because we don't want her waking up in the middle of the night, not knowing where she is. She tends to kick a lot in her sleep, and she farts a lot in her sleep. And you can hear her in her sleep barking and running after something as her like little legs go, and she's there barking. And that's just not the energy we want to bring into our bed. So we so we don't let her on the bed. Good morning, Brandon. Good morning, Sack, as well. Yeah, she's a little cuddle noodle. She is. Maybe I'll try and catch her and show you guys. My bed is mostly made of Tally's hair at this point. Yeah. And because once you let them up, you can't be like, no, actually, I don't want you on the bed. She's only gotten on it once. Or maybe twice. Maybe she got on it. And she's always gotten, like, escorted off. Removed. Yeah, I remember the first time she got on the bed. She hopped up on it because she got stuck on the other side of the bed. She couldn't get out. So she hopped on the bed as if to, like, just try and get out. And then she hopped on it. She must have planted her feet in. She was like, oh, heck, it's soft up here. Oh, it's soft. And she was like, I'm just gonna lay down here. Don't mind me, Mum and Dad. So she had to be escorted off. She sheds so much rugs. She's a shedder. We thought that she wasn't going to shed because typically greyhounds don't. She obviously doesn't shed as much as like a husky or, a different dog, but she does, especially in the summer. Yeah. Apparently there's a bit of a difference between Irish greyhounds and like Irish English greyhounds and greyhounds that are bred in America. And apparently the ones that are bred in Ireland or the UK are tend to have longer, more sheddy coats because it's colder than in America. I don't know. I read it online. I don't really trust on, like, the internet told me that, so I don't know. Yeah. Oh yeah, Tally peed on the bed. Oh my god. Were you in the bed or did you just find it? Suze was sick at the end of our bed recently. It was it was it was post-digested, Like it was half digested food. And we just found this brown pile at the end of the bed. We thought she'd shit it in our bedroom. We thought it was a pile of shit, but luckily it's just vomit. Yeah, we weren't overly pleased because it's not like she even tried to go downstairs and like make it, make it outside to vomit outside. She didn't. She didn't even like making any attempt to get out. It was just like, I think I'll go to mum and dad's bedroom and I think I'll vomit there. Because I was sitting in my office and I heard her go into our bedroom and I was like, that's weird. Why is she going into our bedroom without us in there? Because she tends to stick to one of us. That's odd. But kind of didn't think anything of it because I didn't hear any retching or anything. Just I thought, oh, maybe she's gone because she sometimes sniffs around to see if there are any hidden snacks. Because we like to play hide and seek with snacks for her. We like to hide snacks in different places because it's enriching that she can find them. So maybe she's just checking to see if we've hidden any. Fair enough. And she comes back into my office looking kind of like rather meek, and she sits in her bed looking rather sorry for herself. And Greg calls me in. And later, he's just found this pile. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Has an otter hound? Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to look up an otter hound. Oh, so cute. Oh, what a sweetie. Oh, they're very sweet. How big are they? "27 inches. What's that in centimeters? Like 2.5 inches to a centimeter, right? So that would be 50... like 60 centimeters? So what, like... maybe a little bit shorter than Sue's. I had to sleep on the couch for a week while baking soda and vinegar did its work. We have a, I don't know if it's waterproof, but we have a mattress cover on. So I think even if she peed on our bed, I think it would be okay. It's not like one of those heavy duty, like really thick plastic ones or anything. The treat distribution. She's gained some weight, which is great as well. Good news, lads. She was just like, don't talk about my weight. No, she's gained some weight, which is great. Because... oh my god, okay, right. It's just started me like off right in the middle. I know, you do measurements. I know, Rug, I know. All right, lads, let me bring you guys up to speed.
Sheer 100 Shijima hype, let's go. I am so excited. By me I mean the TTS artisan and not the person writing this message. In fact, they had a message about condiments, but I changed IT to one on the Centennial Case because it's so hype and vibes and full of riz. Shijima for the win on the Roflcopter.
You guys, thank you very, very much. It's like genuinely such a good game. It's such a good game. So let me bring you up to speed. We are... maybe I can... we're this lady here. Let's just point them out to you. With this lady. And we are a writer of mystery novels. We're a bestseller, very cool writer. This lady here is our manager / editor. And this guy is our friend. And this lady and this guy kind of fancy each other, I think. I'm sure that will become important later on. I have been called to this house which is this guy's family home. They're like very rich, incredibly rich. And we've been brought there for a cherry blossom ceremony where this cherry blossom only flowers once every 100 years. Or no, maybe it flowers every year. And the family has this fruit that can grant you eternal life. And I think this cherry blossom gives that fruit once every 100 years. But this family, the Shijima family, which he's part of, has had murders happening once every 10 years. There's like someone dies. We have found a skeleton under the cherry tree. So I have been invited here, murder writer. The family, other than him, doesn't know that I'm a murder writer. He's asked me to come here to investigate the kind of murders that happened in his family, and more specifically the skeleton found underneath the cherry tree. So I'm here, and while I'm here, his dad gets poisoned. His dad gets poisoned, and it is 10 years, so it's about the time that someone needs to die in this family. His dad's been poisoned, so I've got to figure out who has poisoned his dad. We found a red camellia. Yeah, his dad knew I was a writer, but thought I was like an informative writer. Didn't know I was a murder mystery writer. Why? So the house doesn't look, I think, as nice as it should do, but they're on a budget. F&B games are expensive to make. Yeah, so he drank some tea that had some poison in it. We don't know who killed the dad, but a red camellia was left at the scene of the crime. I then found a book that was written about the fruit that they have of life and detailed one of the other murders that happened in the family. I then went back in time and experienced that firsthand, had to solve that murder. And it turns out that behind it was the red camellia again. So the people who are murdering this family have something to do with the red camellia. So his dad is not dead. He's just been poisoned. It's an attempted murder. So he's laying in bed, pretty unwell at the moment. But there's been a landslide, so the doctors can't get to him. And then the detective shows up. A detective shows up out of nowhere. And it turns out that he's the detective in my book, which is weird. He then gets murdered as well. And it turns out that he was murdered by the maid who used a knife with a water jug on a pendulum to thrust the knife into him. And it seems like she might have something to do with the red camellias. Yeah. So, I've been doing some thinking. I think... Oh, hang on. And now the doctor has inexplicably turned up as well. The doctor's randomly turned up, even though there's a landslide. She's just randomly turned up and she's like, oh yeah, I was on the other side of the landslide. Suspicious. I think the red camellias are a group of women who are murdering the people in the Shijima family. I think it's a group of I say women because I think my editor, I think it was the women. My editor is mega sussy. I think she's part of it. The doctor, fucking sussy. The maid, already proved has done one of the murders. Sussy. Being a murderer makes her sussy. Also, in the murder that we went back in time, my character, who I kind of embodied, pulled out this little thing and she was like, this used to be my mother's little talisman, and it had a red camellia on it. So I'm thinking it's this kind of femme fatale. I don't know why they're all women. I don't know whether I'm imagining that. I don't know. Do you know? And the woman... but then I suppose... I was going to say, so when we went back in time, there was a lady who was murdered, but she tried to steal... She wanted to... You remember her? But she was killed by a man. So maybe it's not the femme fatale thing. Although I would not even. Yeah, the plum of immortality. But the man that killed that lady was just... so they were trying to get the plum of immortality, essentially. Maybe it's just a coincidence that all of the characters I'm sussy of happen to be ladies. Yeah. We are not a member. Yeah, so this is the murderer who killed the detective. What are we? Imagine. So this is the red camellia. Maybe I'm a suspect as well. So we're trying to figure out why. Oh, we're trying to theorize about why this lady might not be a member of the Red Camellias. It is rugged, it is. I don't know how well it did. It's really good though. Takehiko said no camellias are grown on the estate, so they would have had to have been brought in from outside. I mean, it must have. So, at the, we know it must have something to do with the red camellias because at the scene of every murder throughout history, there has been a fresh red camellia left at the murder. It's me mum! Me mum? You could rely on it. Yo, mother. Can't believe this. Okay, only the Shijimas know about the Scarlet Camellia. Mitsunori said the red camellias are connected to the Shijima family. He learned of that connection searching through the Shijima's past. Not even Mitsunori knows all the Shijima's secrets. Okay, there's no way Yayoi would know more than he does. I think that that's incorrect, because if she was a member of the Red Camellias, I think that she'd probably know about them. Was still fresh. The red camellia Nishimari found at the entrance was still fresh. Somebody probably prepared it recently. You know what I bet we can do? Hang on. The language of flowers. I want to know what a red camellia means. How do I spell it? Do you guys like camellias? I like them. They tend to bloom. They tend to be one of the first blooming flowers, I think. Is it right? Am I right? Or do they bloom in the autumn? They're one of the last blooming flowers. This is FMV. We are full motion video. It's kind of like watching a movie, but we have to make correct decisions. You don't like flowers, or you just don't care about them? So red camellia flowers have the meaning of passionate, romantic love. They're known to symbolize deep desire. So if you're trying to win someone over, sending them a bouquet of red camellias will do the trick. Maybe it's a love thingy. Azaleas are more common. Azaleas. I feel like I know what azaleas look like. Oh yeah. Very pretty. Oh, they're very, very pretty. I like them. I like hydrangeas. Yes, I like hydrangeas. I like those ombre hydrangeas that you can get that like change colors. Yeah, maybe. Oh, do you think? Okay, maybe a lover scorned. All right. That they've just like ruining this family because somebody in the distant past married somebody else. Okay, Lance, hold on. I've got a theory. What if the red camellias are run by an immortal? You know, they ate the plum. And they were scorned by the Shijima family at some point. So they're getting revenge. Yeah? They're getting revenge for like whoever, like maybe not deciding not to marry, and they're getting revenge on all of their family forever. Yayoi doesn't leave the estate, but that doesn't mean that she can't receive communications from like outside the estate. To me, it seems like you would want, if you were wanting to murder a family, you'd probably want their live-in maid or live-in housekeeper on your side. No? Is magic real? So, I don't know. I don't know. I'm presuming that my presumption is that the immortal fruit is real. That's my presumption. All right. But maybe it's gonna be like, oh, but the fruit was never real after all. Okay. Yeah, I think that indeed the red camellias were brought in from outside.
Said there are no red camellias at the house. So the red camellia was brought in from outside, right?
Yes, I guess so.
Yayoi couldn't have done that.
Why not?
So one of the plums would maybe have to be
Yayoi works
with
as
the
a
red
live-in
camellias.
housekeeper. If so, that means she doesn't leave the estate.
Couldn't she get someone to send her the flower?
Yeah.
I doubt she gets any personal
But there was that
mail,
landslide.
So her only option is to smuggle it in with their weekly delivery. But the last one was 3 days ago. Also, ordering camellias along with meat and vegetables is weird.
I see.
As for
I see.
Why would she choose something that made herself the prime suspect? Also, it's far too simple compared to the pendulum trick.
Yeah, she did that
There's
really
no
wacky
consistency to
pendulum
the two incidents.
murder.
That's true. Which means the Scarlet Camellia and Yayoi are two different people. But why did she kill that detective? This whole thing won't make sense until we know her motive.
Maybe she just didn't like him.
She said she killed him because he made her lose someone dear to her, but...
Yeah, the dub's a little bit wacky
Kazunada,
in places.
What's the diagnosis?
The doctor Kiryu, she said it probably was arsenic.
So, the detective's guess was right, huh?
But she doesn't have an antidote on hand, of course.
Of course.
And all we can do is pray for his recovery. Yoko.
She wouldn't have an
Hikari,
antidote if she was
keeping
the
him
murderer.
company. But
But?
He kept muttering something about how he didn't need a doctor.
As self-centered as always.
Maybe he's immortal.
He never cared one bit about what the rest of us thought.
AG.
When Mom was dying, if only he hadn't stopped her treatment.
This isn't the time for that.
I know. Getting fired up about it won't bring her back. But
oh, imagine.
Things with Dad.
Maybe
You
maybe
gave up
he's
that
her
right
husband.
when you left this house.
That's enough.
So that's
Yeah, do
those
whatever
are
you
his
want.
2 older brothers. No, older and then a younger brother. He doesn't want a doctor. Something must have happened to Eiji's mother. Why would he insist that he doesn't need a doctor? Maybe something about his mother?
Something must have happened with Eiji's mother. We don't have a single lead on that skeleton
Maybe he
yet
thought
either.
the doctor was
We need
poisoning
Yayoi to tell
her?
us everything she knows. I think that'll give us a way in.
What's wrong?
Oh, sorry.
This is the
Mrs.
gardener.
Shijima told me to bring Yayoi a blanket and some of her belongings. When I went to her room just now, I found this on the floor and wasn't sure who to give it to.
Right. I'll take care of it.
What is it? Travel book? Oh, do you reckon we're gonna go back in time again?
Bunge Seikai. It looks pretty old.
Published in 1973. About 50 years ago.
Why would Yayoi have
Cold.
this?
That wasn't 50 years ago.
Looks like she's read it many times. Look at this! The names of the characters. Ryoi Shijima!
Dad?
Why is his name here? The writer's name is Io.
Hey, I've got some books
That's
from the
an unfamiliar
70s.
name.
Let me see. 1973.
Uncensored report.
So then, Dad must have just turned 20.
That man is not 70 years old.
Hold on.
Hang on, hang on. Is he 70? He does not look that. So his little portrait at the bottom. He does not look 70. Oh, hang on. Don't I need to change where I'm going? I need to change where my I think I end up covering up stuff. Maybe here will do. Tolkien died in 1973. He looks 70? You guys, you think he looks 70? He does not look 70. Does he? Nah, he
His
looks like
character.
early 60s.
So sweet.
60, maybe
From
like,
that mummy story.
yeah, like
So
50s.
Ryoi and Josie met 50 years ago.
Late 50s. Mid 50s.
Why
The
would
dad.
Yayoi have this
It's a bit
book?
older than my father. My father's
There might be
63.
something related to her motive.
Your
in
dad
here.
must be
I'll give it a read.
Okay.
beautiful young
I'll go check
skin.
on my father.
Yes.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe he does just look younger than I expect. We'll see him in action and we'll make a judgment.
October 1972. Rumors were flying about a murder at the Scarlet Camellia nightclub. But perhaps that was preferable to the tragic.
The Scarlet
unspeakable
Camellia
truth.
nightclub.
I was a witness to everything that happened that day. I still don't know if the decisions I made were correct. I have decided to put pen to paper so that you, dear reader, may hear my story. Night after night, this singer named Saya charmed the crowds with her ageless beauty and magnificent voice. Some even
That's
said
my
she'd
manager.
been gifted with eternal youth.
Oh, it's Dust
I was
Falls. You
a
know, I've
huge
heard about
fan.
it. I haven't played it.
So I began working a month
Is
ago
it
at the
FMV?
nightclub where she sang.
I
a place
recognize
called
the name.
Scarlet Camellia. I heard rumors that she was retiring, and I just had to work somewhere close to her.
Maybe their dad's also an ageless beauty.
Amazing. She sounds just like the recording.
Okay, rehearsal's over.
It might be because she's lip syncing. Imagine that. Yeah, well, oh, it's a sort of pick dialogue to get different outcome game. Lots of branching paths, good story. Ooh. You know, I'll think about
What a
it.
beautiful voice.
If it isn't
I will
you,
keep it in
you were
mind.
listening.
Are you really going to quit? I wish you'd keep singing.
Nick, welcome in.
Just to leave the audience wanting more. Then again, not everyone thinks.
I
they're as
like
fine as
you kind of can change the ending based on what you
It's
pick.
nothing. Forget I said anything. Well then, I have to get ready. You do your best too.
I do have the tendency to look at walkthroughs for those kinds of games, though, because I'm like, I feel like sometimes you pick an option
Good evening.
and the option doesn't do what you wanted it to do. You know, I always found that in The Witcher, that sometimes I'd pick an option and it wasn't like
Hanako.
Geralt would just come out, like it would just come out completely not how I wanted it to.
Hey, you. Snap out of it. Go help Saya with her makeup or something.
Oh, I've taken
Now
care
come
of
back
it.
to me. I don't care what it is. Just get to work, you lazy fool.
Okay.
What a mean man. Do I like horror stuff? I don't. I don't. No, I don't like horror stuff. The boss seems more agitated than usual. Okay, so
The boss seems more
68 years old today. Okay. Yeah, I could see 65 or 66.
Mr. Vito.
I suppose there's not
Saya
really that
seems a
much of a
bit down,
difference
doesn't
between
she?
66 and 70.
Don't worry about that.
Huh?
Being talented means she has more than her fair share of critics. You know, people have been calling her the Eternal Diva for years now.
Yes, I've heard about that. Some
I like
people
Seventh
even
Guest,
say
which I
she's eaten
suppose
the
you'd say was
flesh of a
FMV horror.
mermaid.
It's got nothing to do with mermaids. There's an even bigger secret to how she stays young all this time.
Immortal Plum.
Forget about it. Anyway, it's about time to open. Let's put on a good show tonight.
Toto's 54. Oh, I feel so old. I do like how they've reused the same actors. I know it was probably just to save on costs, but it's you know, I like
What
it.
is that? And that table's candle is out.
Hello, yo.
What does it mean when your
Yeah.
candle's out?
Do you have a minute?
What is it?
I know, I was about to say, isn't Todd like still in his 20s? That table, I kind of am curious with the table's candle, to be honest. I don't know what that means.
The candle on that table over there is out.
Don't worry about it. They want to watch the stage in darkness.
Oh.
But more importantly, could
Alrighty
you
then.
join that table?
Got it.
Be careful, though. The guest went up on stage now just without telling anyone. I had to drag him off. We should kick him out, but apparently he's the son of some rich family. That means we can't touch him.
I'm going over. Welcome to the Scarlet Camellia. Please call me Io.
Mm-hmm.
Could I ask your name, please?
I'm Ryoe.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Ryoe. Are you here to watch Saya tonight?
Watch her? It's more like
dinner,
I came here
theater.
tonight to
I haven't.
confirm something about her.
Is that like dinner with a show?
The Scarlet Camellia.
Huh?
What's the story behind the name of this club?
Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you.
Oh?
Come in.
Are you familiar with the name Yalbikuni?
The legend of eternal youth. A mythical woman who lived for 800 years.
They say.
I told you! I told you that she was immortal!
A fitting name for a place where women never grow old.
I told you it's gonna be an immortal woman!
There's an eternal diva here. Is that true?
Yes. She's called that to fit the club's image. But it's not far from
Oh
reality.
dear.
Saya's beauty and voice haven't changed one bit in years.
Do you believe in fairy tales?
Fairy tales?
Stories like this one. In this country, there's a fruit that grants eternal youth, the Tokijiku, and one family has passed it down for generations. But this wondrous fruit only ripens once every 100 years, which means only one person can become ageless every 100 years. And surely there are many who want the fruit for themselves. What would you do if you had it?
Eat it.
It's just a fairy tale, right?
What else would I do? I'd eat it. It says I would eat it, and then it would be wasted on me. Why would it be wasted? I mean, I suppose, like, it would depend who else was immortal, right? Because if one person every 100 years could become immortal, you would waste... Although, like, you know, I don't know if I'd want to spend time with the other people who were clearly immortal before me, you know? What if they're, like, really bad company? Oh, low-class theatre with the audience seating dinner or watching. No, I haven't honestly seen a lot of theatre. I saw a bit, some of my friends were in, like, musicals and stuff when I would grow up, when I was growing up, and I would go and watch them. And we've been to see Mamma Mia live, but I haven't watched a lot of kind of, I guess I just watch musicals if I do, if I do go see anything. We have pantomimes in the UK, which I watched when I was younger. Maybe you ingest it in a different way, so I would bend over. I'd eat it. Suppose.
Well, I would eat.
How about you? Do you live forever?
No.
Back in my days.
I want to be young forever, just like Saya.
And off she goes.
Well, it should be given to the
I like her
person whose
earrings.
life would have the most value, yes?
Yeah. That's not what the family thought.
Should it? Well, I suppose so.
Instead, they gave it to the person whose life had the least value of all.
But why?
The most effective use of the fruit of youth is to study the person who ate it. If the mechanism for agelessness could be unlocked, one fruit would benefit thousands of people.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I get that. Studying them is kind of a bit weird, though. Like, you know, you can't just...
People who ate the fruit of youth?
So, you know, you can't...
So,
Yeah.
a test subject, basically.
Yes. They lived only to
Sepia
serve as a
tone is
test
meant to make
subject
it
for
look
that
old.
family. The fruit was given to the wretches who could be forced to lead such an existence.
That's just horrible. Even if that research had value, it's not worth sacrificing someone's happiness for. It's really unforgivable.
I see. suppose you're right. Damn it.
Perhaps you should slow down.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm afraid Io is needed elsewhere. This girl will accompany you instead.
No need for that. The singer, Saya, she'll be on stage tonight, right?
Yes.
Then, I'll watch her alone.
As you wish.
Excuse me, please.
Okay. New theory. New theory. Do we think that maybe the head of the Scarlet Camellias, 800 years old, is somebody who escaped the Shijima family? Somebody who was being used as a test subject by the Shijima family and escaped. Who is also possibly this woman over there. What if it's my editor? Good morning, Bang. Good morning. And that's why she would want to get back at them, right?
Which table should I go to?
No, we're going to the dressing room.
That's awful. What happened to it?
This dress for Saya just arrived this morning. I hung it up with the other costumes. Then I looked away for just 1 second and this happened.
Why?
Actually, someone's been harassing Saya for several months.
Really?
At first, it was just a letter telling her to get off the stage for good. But then we started finding razor blades, even dead animals in her makeup kit. Remember when Saya took a break from practice about 2 weeks ago?
Yes, but you told us she'd caught a cold.
Was it that lady who was at the
Actually, because someone had put disinfectant in her water bottle.
Disinfectant?
She spat it out immediately, but the chemical burns made her lose some of her high notes. I told her to take some time off.
Maybe it was that lady at the microphone.
After that, you didn't perform your signature number anymore. I was curious about that. Now I know.
I'm sorry I didn't tell everyone about the harassment. I didn't want anyone to worry.
I had no idea. So that's why you're retiring.
That day, I brought coffee instead of my usual tea.
The tea!
I didn't notice the smell at all. I guess bad things happen when you stray from habit.
I want you to stick with her for the rest of the day. Just make sure nothing happens to her.
Huh?
I asked Motoki to get you. I told him you're the most reliable.
Well, you're still new, so no one's asking for you yet. Sorry, but I'm gonna need you to look after Saya today.
I can see why he's got a short fuse today. Maybe some of the guests have been acting strange.
Some guests were acting strange. We've got to be careful. Saya! Are you alright?
I don't trust you.
Oh no. How did this happen?
Oh, how did it happen?
Don't worry. I'll find a new dress for her. The dress that I rejected last time is still at the tailor's, I bet.
Oh, yes. That'll work.
But it's, you know.
Is something wrong?
No.
Good morning, Lollip. Good morning,
Anyway,
good morning.
I'll go pick up the dress.
What are you doing?
But Saya goes on in less than 30 minutes, right?
How's your week been?
Who's going to be on stage until then?
Oh my god, she thinks she's got... You.
What about me?
No, because you're the
I'll
person who's
stand in
trying
for
to
Saya.
murder her.
Please, let me sing.
No.
way.
But then the stage will be empty.
You'll get the wrong idea. The person who did this is after me. I have no idea what they'll do. If something happens to you on that stage,
But
do you know how dangerous the threats have been?
She does because it's her.
disinfectant in your coffee, didn't they?
Yeah.
And sending you razor blades and stuff.
Lollip, thank you very much. It's a baby. It's 9 months.
Even so,
What would you like to call it?
Kanako.
That's all the more reason we can't let them win. Harassing
Badger
you
Pop.
is the same as attacking this club.
Captain
We've got
Badger
to fight
Pop.
back. I'm sure they'd like nothing more than to see the stage empty.
I know that's the majority of it being my name, but Keith. I think, yeah, no, I think Keith, yeah. It's a family name. It's a family. Thank you. Yeah, oh my god, who did this? Oh, who's cut your dress up? And then she listed everything that happened to her. Like, oh. You know, I know that you've been getting razor blades because you've been sending them. I know dead animals have been showing up because you've been putting the dead animals. Hello, quiet. Good morning. It is dubbed. It is indeed. It is indeed. Some of the dubbing is a little bit, janky, I suppose. But some of it's okay. You know, they're doing their best. Are you pooping, quiet? How's it go? How's it going? How's the flow? I understand how Kanako feels, but we can't put her in danger. No, fuck her. I don't like her. I think she's the murderess. We're not going to put her on stage.
I understand how Kanako feels, but we can't put her in danger. I will keep an eye on the audience. If anyone tries any funny business, I'll stop them. Yeah. Thank you.
Wait, I thought I said that you couldn't get on stage.
It's all very sudden, but I know you can do it.
Okay.
See, this is when we're dissing her and she's the one that's going to turn up dead.
If it's the last thing I do...
Oh no, it's going to be the last thing that you do,
Kanako,
isn't it?
Keep them warmed up for me.
I'll show them everything you've taught me.
Oh
Let
no.
me down.
Thank you.
Oh.
I'm counting on
One
you.
of you is going to die. No, it's you. She's so the murderer.
Well,
Look at
I'll be
those
honest.
eyes.
Neo, I want your eyes on Saya the whole time.
I've already lost her. She's already
Got
left.
it.
Look at those eyes. The eyes of a killer.
Saya, are you sure it's safe?
These are the eyes of a killer, Bella.
I'll be fine. No one in the club can tell that it's me.
TLDR, this game.
And there's nothing to do
Murder.
until the new dress arrives.
I'll give you a rundown. So, murder. Everyone wants the immortal plum. So there's this plum that when you eat it, it makes people immortal. And the family that owns the plum tree, someone every 10 years is dying from that family. So we've stepped back in time and we are watching one of the situations where the murder's going to take place, and we've got to kind of solve the murder. Yeah. Immortal plum. But we're not sure whether this immortal plum is like actually makes people immortal. It seems like the family who owns the plum tree gives the plum to wretches, as they put it, to eat. And then they keep them and they perform experiments on them to see how the plum works so that they can use it in like medicine. I love fruit, yeah. So I am so young looking. When do we eagle dive into a haystack? Kikyo! No, yeah, so that is all happening. So we think that the person doing all the murders is probably an 800-year-old woman who is part of this like Red Camellia mafia, essentially. Yeah.
I wonder if my
Lolith is almost a Tiffany blue or a Tiffany green. Yeah. We think she's 800 years old.
Do you have any idea who it might be?
Yes,
And this
a
lady's
few
being
ideas,
harassed.
in fact.
The lady in the
I
dark,
used to think that
dark
looking
clothes.
young was a godsend, but it's not all roses. There's just so much jealousy.
Yeah,
But
really
then
fucking old.
I still have to live up to everyone's expectations.
So I think it's a group of
You know,
women.
I realize.
Like kind of the
something.
femme fatale kind of thing.
What is it?
Even if I try to live beautifully, the jealousy will never end. And there's no way I can win against time.
Yeah.
To satisfy everyone, maybe it's best for me to leave this.
It's just that
where my beauty
conveniently everyone who's been super sussy and has been kind of connected to the Scarlet
And
Camellias have been
I'd remain in everyone's memory.
so
Just the way I am.
I just feel like
now.
it's like some kind of
My
yeah.
harasser's been telling me the same thing.
Except there was that
Saya.
guy, but he was working for them, so
Oh,
I think
so much to you and your songs.
You're exaggerating.
It's true. You saved me. I may never get to sing them myself, but your song saved me.
That's kind of you. Now, we definitely can't let them win, can we? I must go on stage tonight, no matter what.
who do we think's gonna die? The show's about to start. Is the harasser in the crowd? Keep your eyes on the prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We present the timeless, the ravishing, the eternal diva, Saya. But before that, we've prepared a special program just for tonight. Give a round of applause to this young and talented singer, the future of the Scarlet Camellia.
The sepia tone is so that it looks old. We're in the 70s. Everything had this like piss yellow
Really
color in the 70s.
It'll be fine.
Saya.
I think it can be correct not always. I think. I hope.
Thank you for...
Oh no, she's gonna bottle it!
Something wrong with the mic?
She's been sabotaged! Oh my god, what if the microphone blows up? And she dies instead of her? Did she get a static shock? That happens to me when I get a static shock too. Give us a poisoned microphone, like a razor blade with a poisoned microphone.
She just suffered a dizzy spell. Thank you for your concern. There's no reason to worry. She just suffered a dizzy spell.
It was you!
Thank you for your
Because the
concern.
first mic wasn't working, so I presume the murderer was like...
canceled, and customers not involved in the case were asked
How would
to
you
leave.
know they're not
That's
involved in the
when-
case, though?
I found poison needles at the base of the mic. Small needles covered with poison were taped to it. So anyone who gripped it would get pierced. A small but lethal weapon.
Cheer
barely
100
visible
press
to
F
the
in
eye.
chat to pay respects to
This mic,
Kanako.
is this the one you always use?
Thoughts and prayers to Kanako.
Oh,
Alex.
this is the detective I called in.
A detective.
He's got the fedora.
Really?
He's got the
Looks
detective
more like a
fedora.
dancer to me.
Appearances aside, Josui here has solved many tricky cases. I asked Josui to find out who it is that's been harassing Saya.
That's enough.
An
Shut
amazing
up!
detective like you should have no problem finding the killer, right?
That's the plan.
Oh my god, it's that lady, isn't it?
The only thing we can do for the
She was
dead
too sassy. Murderers are always sassy.
is to uncover the truth after all. Back to my question. Is this the mic you always use?
No, this is the spare mic. We hardly use it at all. But we do sometimes have two singers on stage. We keep it in the stage wing, connected to the mixer.
Kaneko had changed mics earlier, I recall. That's the one she swapped to.
That's the main microphone.
It's the same as the spare mic I see.
It's not working. Are you sure? I just checked it.
What is that?
They're surprisingly fragile. Sometimes all it takes is a bit of water and poof, the mic's dead.
When did it stop working?
Damn poison needles in mics. Happens all the time. Don't people know to check mics for poison needles at this point? No pun intended.
I see.
Thank you.
Then it's possible the killer tampered with the mic sometime between the end of rehearsal.
Hang on. I've got a theory. I've got to share it with you. What if it was green pearls? What if green pearls did it? What if she faked her own, like, you know, she was the one who sent herself razor blades. Yeah. Now, mics can usually, like, I feel like they can usually withstand a good licking. Like, I had a karaoke machine when I was a kid. Could, but why? Maybe she thought this younger woman was coming in to sabotage her career. I suppose she doesn't really have a good motive. Watching a show called Magpie Murders. Is it? Where do you watch it? That was so creepy. Sorry. Really need to learn how to word my questions better. Like what? I was gonna say, really, I haven't heard of that. Watched it on the plane. That makes it considerably harder for me to watch. Yeah. On what streaming service do you watch said program?
And the start of the show.
So those things come out of my mouth before I've decided how to formulate them in my brain. Is that person asleep over there?
What Badger meant to ask was, what are you wearing when you watch it?
The poisoned mic. Why would the killer do all that?
Do you watch it with socks on or socks off?
Why would the killer want to go through the trouble of killing her while she was performing on stage?
Oh my god. Right. I should have identified Seiya's harasser sooner. I should have stopped. Yeah, well, Seiya stopped her from singing, because I didn't want her to sing anyway.
I should have stopped Kaneko from singing.
Actually, it was really supposed to be me on that stage. She might have been killed by accident, since she performed instead
Yeah,
of me.
see, that's what I was thinking.
What was your relationship with Kaneko?
I was like a mentor to her. She joined 6 months ago with dreams of becoming a singer. I've looked after her ever since then.
Can I smell your hair? Been collecting it from the drain for me, right?
Hurry up and find the murderer.
Earwax doesn't smell like that much. I don't feel like it would be all that satisfying.
Josie!
Taste, on the other hand.
I want to find the killer too. Please let me help.
You?
At this club, everyone knows who I am. So it'd be easier to get the information.
I certainly hope that's true.
Ahoy, Captain.
And that's how I came to
Good
help
morning.
this detective investigate the murder.
Morning, happy Tuesday, Dar. Oh yeah, absolutely, Lollip.
Sound check.
Maybe just post me under the door, really loud.
Rehearsal. The boss really let me have it after the last show.
Oh, that's right. The mic stopped working that day too. The sound came back right away though.
Oh.
The cable's a little loose, so it comes out easily. That's why we made sure during the sound check that it was properly connected to the mixer. And I told everyone not to touch the cables.
No staff were allowed in during today's rehearsal, right? Why this sudden change?
Well...
Let me know when. Let me know when, and I'll
The boss told us to be extra
tingle him
careful,
awake.
so that nothing happens to Saya.
Okay, no staff are allowed during today's rehearsal. Does the boss suspect me and the rest of the staff? So if no staff are allowed during today's rehearsal, what if it's the boss? What if it's the boss? I don't think the boss suspects you because he...
But nothing happened during rehearsal.
Were you and Saya the only people in the club during rehearsal?
Yes, but... Just what are you getting at?
If we assume the mic stopped working in the time after rehearsal and before the show, then Saya could have broken it, yes?
What? Josie?
No, she couldn't have. I was there for both the sound check and the rehearsal. I would have seen her doing it.
What's the surname? Okay, we don't have a surname. I was just wondering if any of them were part of the Shijima family. I can see that Ryoi is part of the Shijima family. I was just curious if like Kanako was, or whether maybe Saya was.
Is that so? Very well.
Okay.
Let's see. So Ryoe went up on stage, and then Rina, you dragged him off.
Oh! That guy, don't forget, that guy went up on stage.
Killer, I caught this thief sneaking around.
Thief is pretty harsh. Besides, I haven't stolen a thing.
Well then, what were you trying to do?
Oh, I know. Oh my god, I know what he was trying to do. Okay. Let me share my theory with you. I think he did put the needles up there. I think he put the needles up there for Saya, which is the eternally young singer. I think he was trying to prove that she was immortal. Or like test, like, you know, do one of those weird test subject things on her. But unfortunately, it was the other lady that started singing. So she got poisoned instead. And obviously because she's not immortal. I don't think it was an actual, like,
I was just looking for the restroom.
Yeah.
I got lost. It's my first time here after all. Somehow, I ended up at the side of the stage.
You went back up there?
Were you in the stage wing the whole time, up until the murder?
That's right.
Even though you wanted to go to the restroom?
Yeah, and he drank because he felt guilty.
I didn't want to miss the show.
It's obvious that the restroom isn't by the stage. Why didn't you just ask the staff?
It's my first time here, so of course.
Maybe that's what they
Even
were
after
testing,
I caught
Homer.
you the first time, you went skulking around again. He's up to something, I know it.
It's all right, Rina. You don't need to hide it. The truth is...
So this one says you wanted to see Saya up close, and then the other ones you're in love with Saya. I reckon he's in love with her.
You're in love with Saya, aren't you?
Of course not.
Why were you on stage trying to get so close to Saya? You don't look like one of her fans.
I already told you. I came to check something.
Yeah, always pick the most
Not
dramatic
Saya
option.
I'm after. It's eternal youth. The real thing.
What do you mean?
I don't love
I
her.
told you earlier. My family has a long history with that subject.
Excuse me for prying. But what's your last name?
Shijima. The name's Ryohei Shijima.
What? You want to know if I was on the stage today?
Yes, just to be sure.
I opened the club after rehearsal ended, then attended a guest for a while. We went to the dressing room. Then I picked up Saya's dress from the tailor's.
Oh yeah, he
When
did
I
leave,
got
didn't
back,
he?
It was already too late.
Guess he didn't have time to go on stage.
Of course not. Running a nightclub isn't easy, you know.
Is this a nightclub or a host club?
This was a waste of time and money.
What a beautiful dress. This is
I'll
the
have it.
one you rejected, right? What was wrong with it?
Bit of both.
It's not bad, but it looks like something you get buried in, doesn't it?
Well, I think it looks fine. So this one says, I think it's perfect dress for Saya's final show. It doesn't look as beautiful as her other dresses. Like, her other dresses kind of look like she's dressed for the Golden Globes, whereas this one kind of looks like, you know, dressed for kind of brunch with the parents. But I don't think. Yeah. I think saying that it's the perfect dress for her final show suggests that she's getting buried. You know, like, her final show is her dying. I don't know. I don't know what they want from me picking this either. Oh, does everyone else like bury their like in everybody's countries? What color do you guys wear to funerals? We wear black in the UK and in America. I know. I've seen it in all the movies. Do some people wear white to funerals? Some people prefer to wear colors to funerals as well. Like have a really bright color. I've only been to one funeral and I wore bright colors to that funeral. In my area we go nude. You know, that would really lighten the mood. Quite honestly. We wear traditional clothes in a black color. I think that's nice. Yeah, I think when I go to my next funeral, I think I'll opt for black. Weird. What a weird fucking thing for me to say. My fashion choices for the next funeral I go to will be black. No, but not if someone's dead. That's not what I mean. That's It's not what I meant. I don't know. I don't care. To be quite honest, I don't care about her dress. If I'm really super honest, I don't care if she wanted to wear that dress or if she wanted to wear something else. I don't care. So I'm just gonna. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Something you get buried in. I guess I can see that.
The other dress got torn to shreds, so I rushed to get this one.
When did that happen?
I don't know. It arrived this morning. I took my eyes off it, and suddenly it's in pieces.
I suppose ruining her other dress was a good way to get the manager out.
Someone would tamper with it, so I didn't tell anyone that it was Saya's dress. I should have just asked someone to keep a close eye on it for me.
It's Grandma. Not Grandma. No.
Did we get anything useful?
I don't know if it's really useful, but we've done everything that we can.
I wonder. I would not even. I wonder if it was because the Queen didn't want to get married.
Let's try and solve this ourselves.
So like she was trying to leave subtle cues that like that's why she wore white. The way they charge away from each other. Fucking love the cape swish that he does.
He's been repeatedly harassing the singer Saya. And this evening, Kanako's life was taken when she took Saya's place.
The broken main mic. And the poison needles on the spare mic. These must be the keys to the mystery. Why did the killer want the murder to happen on stage? In front of an audience.
Yeah, what?
For Kanako's sake. And for Saya too.
Why would the motive be to happen on stage? So that they could watch it? So I thought if we were going with the idea that the murder was testing to see whether she was immortal, maybe because they were sat in the audience to, like, they wanted a witness whether she died or not. Okay, let's look for some clues about the harasser. Yeah, maybe to create an alibi because, you know, you were seen in the audience. But then that, like, Ryoe was, he was in the wings as well. He wasn't in the audience, so really he just fucked himself over if he was the one who did the murder. Right, let's... Rip dress. The harasser just didn't like her dress. Okay. Some of these, so you put in all of the pieces and you come out with a better idea. This is essentially to explore all options that may have led to the murder. And some of them are a bit stupid. Saya's dress that arrived this morning was torn to pieces. Perhaps the harasser didn't care for this beautiful dress. Maybe the harasser was trying to... Okay, maybe the harasser was trying to save her life. Because the harasser was like, get off the stage. Don't perform anymore. Ruined her dress that she was supposed to wear that night. Maybe the harasser knew that she was going to be murdered and was trying to, like, in some weird way, was trying to be like, you're going to get murdered if you come up on the stage. Maybe they were trying to scare her away so that she would be safe. You know? Maybe that was maybe we're looking at it all wrong, that we're conflating the harasser with the murderer. Maybe the harasser knew that the murder was going to happen and thought that they could scare her away. But then they also gave her chemical burns. Which meant that she couldn't sing anymore. So maybe they were trying to stop her from singing. It's a really wacky way. I'm not saying they went about it in the right way. You know, they're clearly still absolutely insane. Yeah, the victim could be the harasser. Could be entirely separate. Like the younger lady could have just been trying to take her spot, you know? You know, they wanted to get up on stage. And it's going to be kind of like a moral life lesson that, you know, don't... You know, she ruined her dress and then she ended up murdered because of it. So, like, you know, it's like a moral lesson. Don't harass someone kind of thing. You can also brute force this, just by the way. This is a bit extreme. She did feed her chemical burns, though. Like, she did give her chemical burns. So... the harasser wanted to learn the secret to her youthfulness. So it's not like the harasser was not being super naughty. And I mean, him saying he didn't tell anyone that was Saya's dress, but I feel like if he was standing there with a beautiful dress, I feel like you could probably guess that it was hers, you know? Because nobody else is going to be wearing it. I think we did this already. Chemical burns. Oh! There we go. Got it. The harasser's note told Saya to leave the stage for good. Didn't want her going on stage. They wanted to end her career as a singer. I think that's super, but like that's probable. I think that is a fair enough motive. Like, you know, likely motive. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you can probably tell by her size and the fact that nobody else wears those beautiful dresses around here. I'm not sure they were jealous of her beauty. Not to be rude, not to be saying that she's not incredibly beautiful, but I don't think it's likely that was the reason. All right, next. Who ripped her dress? Okay, so probably that nobody knew. The dress. There we go. It didn't tell anyone. No, it could be jealous. God, no one would be jealous of her. No, it's just, you know, I just feel like that isn't a good enough motive. Like, don't think it makes sense as a motive. Only Mr. Matsuda and Saya herself knew the dress was Saya's. No one else would have ripped it in an act of harassment. Oh, we're suggesting that he ripped the dress. I don't think he did, because he seems like he cares about money. And I don't know why he would rip the dress if he just paid for it, you know? Saya ripped the dress. I don't think she ripped her own dress either. She didn't care for the dress to begin with. I don't believe that she would. I don't think... Like, unless she's the one sending her own harassment stuff, which we can't rule out that she isn't the one harassing herself. Alright, let's just brute force the other one. It was Tally. Now Tally would have pissed on the dress. These are... You know what else makes me think that maybe Yayoi wasn't part of the Red Camellias? Because the Red Camellias seem to kill with poison. Whereas Yayoi killed with... Oh, I trust that she's been harassed. I trust. But I don't want to rule out the possibility that maybe she's the one behind the murders. We do trust that she has been. She may have been the one who ripped the dress. Kanako. Yeah, so we think that Kanako is the one that ripped the dress. Who poisoned the dad? Somebody from the Scarlet Chameleons. But we're not sure who. We are playing as a lady as well. Though the detective is technically Josai? So he's the detective, but she is the lady who we're embodying in this other time period, who is kind of the real detective. Anything strange about the new dress? Yeah, the maid has refused to answer about the poison, so the story is stuck on that. I just don't know whether the maid would have... Yeah, she's the one that's deviated from the poisoning trend at the moment. Anything strange about the new dress? Oh. The boss said the dress looks like something to get buried in. Perhaps he wanted to make her harasser wear it. B killed them and wanted to make it look like a suicide. I feel like this is a wacky train of thought that we're going down a little bit. I suppose we could say that they wanted her to wear the new dress so that they could kill her in the new dress because it looks like something you'd die in. But that is a bit wacky. Like, not anything strange about the new dress? Put back. I think the only person with the motive to harass her would be the lady that died, though. Mr. Matsuda went to the tailor shop to pick up another dress. Yeah, he was willing to do whatever it took to get Seiya on stage. The dress had arrived sooner. Seiya might have died instead. See, I just don't think he has the motive to be harassing her. Or, like, other than, you know, like maybe like a creepy motive, like just being generally a bad person or a creep. I just don't see his motive behind harassing her or asking her to get off this, like, you know, or killing her, because she makes him so much money. You know, she is the reason why a lot of people visit this club. Completely logically, he doesn't have any reason to try and get her off the stage. So I don't believe that he's behind it. No, we haven't found out what happened to the that lady in the forest. She was taken away. We haven't found out what happened completely to the end of that yet. She has a reason because she has been wanting to take her place. So she's got a reason to have harassed and or murdered this lady. This is me. I'm clearly not the murderer because that would be a bit wacky. This guy has a motive. Not necessarily to harass her, though. Not sure what the motive would be, unless he was trying to keep her off the stage to stop her from getting murdered, but he did it the wrong... Like, you know, it's a bit of a stretch. He has got a motive to try and murder her, but he doesn't have a motive to try and harass her, I suppose. No, so we're not sure if the detective is immortal. I think he's just a different person entirely. Good morning, Darren. Good morning. That lady as well. Hang on. We'll flick back to her in a minute. This lady here. She is kind of a bit sussy. Where is she? There she is. She's a bit sussy. She wanted to sit in darkness and... we don't know who she is, so she doesn't particularly have any motive for it. But when we were talking to the other guy about the 800-year-old woman, the camera did, like, subtly, like, kind of show her. Okay, let's pick our harasser, shall we? I don't think he is. Oh, it's been a lot of fun, Darren. A lot of fun. I got tilted last Wednesday, though. Very frustrating, but very fun. Yeah, he was never coercive. His pent-up frustrations led to him becoming the harasser. I see, you know, he does have a motive, which is just being a creep, I suppose. I think it's still Kanako, but apparently she can't fit in here. Oh, you know, we hadn't even thought about this guy. Could be him. Seemed to know the secret to Seiya's youthfulness. Maybe he was using that knowledge against her. Yeah, he does have a short fuse. We didn't even think about that guy, though. He doesn't really have a motive. Who wears a hat like Josui's, low over the eyes, indoors? Someone is trying to go unnoticed. Yeah, but clearly he is being noticed because he's wearing a hat indoors. Hello, Tutti. He came to confirm something. I think that's important as well. We're not sure who's bad. There are lots of options. It is like the Sherlock Holmes games, it is. But I feel like it puts enough of a spin on it that it's not too samey. The boss could have put disinfectant, but I just still don't necessarily see his reason logically that he wants to make money out of her. And if she can't hit the high notes. She had coffee in her bottle, but not her usual tea. Why did Kanako know this? Why did she know, lads? StarCraft tomorrow. StarCraft Wednesday. Herlock Sholmes. Put disinfectant in her own bottle. No, I don't know. Was coffee to mask the smell of the disinfectant? I don't know. Unless she was trying to mask the smell so she could get it down, but... I feel like if she wanted to quit, she probably could have just quit. I feel like you don't need to... I feel like she probably didn't need to drink disinfectant. Oh, there we go. I don't think he's the harasser. I think that it was... Kanako was the harasser. He was possibly the murderer. I think it's probably he tried to kill... Maybe. The game tells me when I'm wrong, which is nice. So we'll figure it, you know, we will know. Yeah, the framing is missing, right? Reno's been trying to call Ryo, the harasser, from the start. Maybe she was trying to divert attention. I feel like this lady isn't getting enough attention. But then is it like oh, it's the person you suspect the least is the person that did it? You know, kind of Scooby-Doo logic. Who was the harasser's target? Oh, are we going to say that maybe they sent it to the wrong person? Oopsie daisy. Yeah. Missed the car tornado, Nancy Drew. Oh, driving around the car tornado.
Immortality.
Oh, Paul Pennies.
Let's take a moment to talk true immortality, history. It never goes away. And what's the best way to experience the history of the world?
Oh, yeah.
In a British museum, of course. Here at Croft, Esquire Expeditions, Limited, we take care to ensure with every trip to faraway lands, we also ensure the immortality of that area is preserved. In Britain, in our museums, for our, I mean all people. Definitely everyone. Anyway, don't let your tallywhacker for travel go soft. Explore with Croft.
Thank you. Oh dear. Okay. The harasser thought by threatening Saya they could get Kanako on stage. What if it was like Kanako's dad? You know, he was trying to get his daughter on stage. Alright. Gluten-free straight to the museum with you then. Be like Night of the Museum. All of the harasser's actions were directed against Saya. There's no doubt. I don't think there is really any doubt that it was supposed to be towards her. I would be surprised if they pulled the, oh, it was actually supposed to be the other lady all this time. Why was Mr. Matsuda so irritated? The chemical burns? The harassment? The stage is gonna be empty. Oh, there we go. Yeah, like sometimes the things that actually fit into the honeycomb are kind of duplicates, so you're not sure which one. Yeah, Mr. Matsuda was annoyed by the harasser. The boss was annoyed. He did genuinely seem like, you know, I know he could be the harasser, but he seemed like he cared. Alex, you always find some way to one-up yourself. Always do. Oh, maybe just running a nightclub. Oh. It's so easy to not click on what I'm trying to. Running a nightclub is hard. It's obvious the club is having financial difficulties. Sayers shows were cancelled because of the harasser. Okay, yeah, so that kind of that does play into the fact that I don't think that he's the harasser. Because it would just be bad for his business, wouldn't it? And then there's some rich guy in there. Don't you just hate it when a rich man rocks up to your business and spends loads of money? God. He went on stage and was bothering others at the club. That is fair enough. Since he's from a rich family, the boss couldn't do anything. The boss must have been raging internally. An absolute fucking rager. Yeah, that makes sense. He's got more reasons to be irritated than, you know. Why was he on stage? So I think he was on stage to see the Eternal Diva. Ryoi was planning the next harassment. I don't think he was. And plus, we've met him when he's older. I guess he could have been using his influential, like, place of power to harass people on the down low. But we've met him as a dad, and he didn't seem like it was something that he did regularly. It just seemed like he did something regularly. Hi, Ibrex. Good morning. Good morning. I don't think that he was the harasser. I think he was checking up on one of his test subjects. I mean, he could have been the harasser. All right, let me float this with you. He is the harasser, and by sending her razor blades and chemical burns, he was, like, testing her to see whether she could survive. Maybe. But then I don't know why he'd be telling her to get off the stage. Unless he wanted her back as a test subject. Possibility. Like, I could see the story going that way. Yeah, maybe he did the dress as well. I thought it might have something to do with the microphone. Oh, there we go. He's an overzealous fan. I think he might have just been there checking up on her, maybe. Don't know. Drunk scientist, jealous student, bitter singer. Yeah. Kurio a thief? No, I don't think he was. He's rich. Why would he be stealing equipment? Rich people don't steal. Why were there poison needles on the spare microphone? Oh. Well, there's a lot to go through. Like, there's still a lot that we haven't placed in. She's decorative, yeah. Oh, there we go. And don't forget that queen that was a kleptomaniac, or it was the queen mother, I think, that if she liked something in your house, she would casually say, "Oh wow, I really like your toilet paper holder. Be a shame if someone were to give that to me." And if you didn't give it to her, she would steal it. She'd place it in her purse, take it, and it would turn up in her house next. If you didn't give it to her, because the idea is that if she said that she liked something, you were supposed to offer it to her because she was the queen mother. Hey, Pro, good morning. Happy Wednesday. To Tuesday. Tuesday. Do I steal? Ask again later. Ask once I'm rich, Drago. Ask once I'm rich. Yeah, if the queen steals from you, what are you going to do about it? Exactly. Exactly. Because you want to stay in her good graces. Pip. I was a pip in my orange. Okay, but someone switched the mics before that. I don't think that is the case. After attaching the needles, the killer switched the mics again. They attached it to the main mic. Killer mixed up the two microphones. No, I don't think so. Identical. What? Why? I don't think this matters really if the killer mixed up the microphones. The killer wanted to attach the poison needles to the main mic, but they got confused and put the needles in the spare mic. I think they needed it to be on the spare mic because somebody needs to pick it up. No? And it's probably easier to find the spare mic than like the main mic, because people would be watching the main mic. Thought the spare mic was safe. Mr. Beto said the spare mic is rarely used. Okay. Taping tiny needles to it would have been easy. The killer must have thought no one would touch the spare mic. Oh, so the killer, you know, they were just there taping poison needles on the mic, being like, huh, gosh, hope no one uses this. Gosh, I hope no one uses this. Oh, don't worry, it's the spare mic, they'll be safe. Was temporarily hiding the needles? Oh, let me just keep my poison needles here for safekeeping. Oh, it was probably poisoned from a previous murder attempt like last year. They just haven't had to use it. It would be dangerous to carry around poison needles. So they decided just to store them there. Killer may have hid them on the spare mic temporarily. Pick those up later. Hope no one touches these. Alrighty then. Well, we got, was Kanako's death an accident? I believe it was an accident. I think the murderer and the harasser are different people. And it shows that the harasser tore her dress and then the murderer tried to kill her, and because they weren't working, you know, together, I think they're different people. Kanako didn't know about the poison needles. Yeah, so I think she is the harasser and she didn't know about the poison needles. She was just pleased to be up on stage. She doesn't even touch the poison needles. She picks the microphone up at a different point. Oh, there we go. She has to, yeah. Kanako thought the needles were on the main microphone. Oh, so that, okay. I see. Kanako touched the poison needles on the spare mic and died. Was she not aware of the needles? What if Kanako was the one who attached the poison needles? She planned to put them on the main microphone, but made a mistake and put them on the spare microphone. But she still used the main microphone and still touched it, so... Didn't know the needles were poisoned? I don't think she put them there. Kanako touched the poison needles on the spare microphone and died. Was she unaware of the needles? Kanako was the one harassing Saya then. Then what? Kanako may have put the needles on the spare mic to harass Saya. Surely she wouldn't use deadly poison for mere harassment. Possible someone else could have poisoned the needles. Oh. So they're saying that she attached the needles to make Saya sad, but then somebody else saw the needles and were like, I'm going to poison those. I think that that would be a bit wacky. Yeah. No, I don't think she was the killer. I don't think she was the killer. Why did the killer attach the poison needles to a spare microphone? Suppose Saya and Kaneko went on stage together. I mean, this is conjecture. They weren't going to go on stage together. Saya would use the main mic and Kaneko would use the spare microphone. Yeah, maybe there were 3 baddies that were unaware of each other's actions. I think there were 2 baddies. 2 baddies. Unaware of each other's actions. What are those creepy mannequins? They kind of look like the mannequins from Seventh Guest. They were trying to kill Saya. Should have been on stage. Alright. It's fine. I think this is the answer. Oh. Okay. This game turns my stomach a little bit sometimes. I don't know what it is about this poison effect. Like, this poison stuff is just turning my stomach a bit. I was hoping we would move on from it, but we just, you know, we do keep keep having to answer questions about it. That's true. The weapon must have melted. Good morning, Cisco. just skip. Don't read too much about it. Okay. What do we got next? Why did Kaneko say she wanted to go on stage? Okay, this is fine. She wanted to go on stage. It says fill time. No? So the stage wasn't empty. Yeah. The stage can't be left empty. She wasn't content just being the singer in training. She wanted an excuse to go on stage herself. Agreed. 100% agreed. Yes. We've got to fight back. I don't feel like she was trying to fight back, but maybe she was. Didn't want to let her harasser win. Kind of, you know. So I make no mistakes? What, like accusing the wrong person? I never would have accused the wrong person. Not once have I ever tried to send the wrong person to jail. Not once. There we go. It autosaves. We nearly got perfect last time. But yeah, we were only 50 points off. She learned that Saya wouldn't be ready in time. She decided to go on stage and repay her for all her kindness. I think that some of these, I think they could have streamlined this a bit, because some of them get a little tad bit repetitive. And you feel like they're asking the same question, just reworded slightly. It's like they had a target for how many things they had to ask you. And they're like, oh, but what if we just, you know, you can copy my homework, but make it different, kind of thing. The main mic was already broken. It had been broken for a while. The killer must have broken it in advance. Okay. You're supposed to beeline your own. Oh, am I not supposed to be doing? But then some of them, like, it doesn't get revealed. I have to nerd pole through. I tried to rewatch the Sherlock BBC series. I couldn't do it. It was way more scary than I I thought it was that I thought it was going to be. It's the Sherlock TV series is one of the reasons that I don't like taxis. Kanako noticed the main mic was broken and switched it out. She stayed calm despite the sudden mishap. You didn't like it? Why didn't you like it, Homer? I liked it when it originally came out. But yeah, it was just, I just don't, you know, I'm not, it was too scary. It was too gritty and real, I guess. It was too much like, you're gonna get murdered by a taxi driver. You know, kind of like, yeah, just too, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like it. Despite that, she immediately went to go get the spare microphone, which means she knew the mic was already broken. I don't think it matters if she knew or not, but I suppose maybe the game thinks it does. Okay. Mr. Beto knew the main microphone was broken. He is a little bit sussy. Like, he does just kind of hang around. Mr. Beto knew the main microphone was broken. He wanted Kaneko to go and get the spare microphone. Okay. You don't like how Sherlock treats his friends. Yeah. Keep some of the important details of the case, then somehow Sherlock deduces it. It's true. Kanako collapsed soon after touching the poisoned needle. The poison must have been deadly and fast-acting. I also didn't really... the Sherlock Holmes TV show, I didn't like how tally-ho it was as well. Why was it broken? Hang on. Because the poison got into her bloodstream, which is how it killed her. But it probably would have taken a little bit for it to get to any vital organs. Right. Said sound check before the rehearsal. Maybe someone secretly broke the microphone during the sound check. I guess it could have been Mr. Beto. Mr. Beto might have been hired. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Beto was hired by the Shijima family, and that's why Ryoi was in the wings. He was trying to prevent the murder, or trying to prevent Mr. Beto from testing. I don't know. To prevent others from progressing. Yeah, it's like Sherlock's he's a, what's it called? Like a glory hog. He doesn't want anybody to figure out things before he does. The main microphone's cables often comes loose. Mr. Beto said it was broken. Perhaps that wasn't actually true. Yeah. But then sometimes it's the person with almost no screen time. Because don't forget, Yayoi didn't get very much screen time either. Yeah, that's true, Homer, as well, yeah. Probably didn't make it all the way into a bloodstream. Okay, the harasser broke the microphone. I don't think the harasser... Well, yeah! Maybe the harasser did break the microphone. Maybe the harasser broke the microphone in order to fuck up... Oh my god, okay, I get it, lads. No, maybe not. I was thinking maybe Kanako broke the microphone to see Seiya kind of stumble on stage, and that's why she reacted so quickly, because she knew the microphone was already broken. But unbeknownst to her, someone was trying to murder Seiya, so when she picked up the microphone, it killed her. Maybe. We'll find out in a minute. And then this screen gives you the option to essentially go through everything that you've just done.
Unusual about this case.
I find I find Kanako's actions the most interesting. Why did she want to go on stage? Was it an accident? I guess was it an accident? Didn't know about the poison needles. Thought the needles were on the main mic and didn't know the needles were poisoned. I don't think she knew about the poison needles. It was suddenly decided that Kanako would go on stage. There is a chance that this threw a wrench in the killer's plan. It might be wise to consider any unexpected developments.
It seems you've come to a conclusion.
Sure. Sure.
Yes.
We'll figure it out as we go, lads. Something you never want to hear a detective on a case say. Yeah, we'll just figure it out as we go, you know? I'm just going to start lobbing accusations at people and see how they react to them. That's the plan. It's like LA Noire. You know, when you're playing LA Noire, the person that did the murder is always like, you know, really shifty, so you have to doubt them.
Sorry, but thank you for gathering here.
What's this all about?
Well, I've thought about what happened to Kanako and brought you all here.
Did you find something?
Please hear me out.
Hey, what about him?
Almost 2 years.
Sam guy, thank you. Over 2 years. 2 years, 2 months.
I have my suspicions about him
very
too.
much.
He's been
Happy
talking in his
Tuesday.
sleep. Something like, I didn't want to know. I was better off not knowing.
Does he know something?
He's the only guest who set foot on the stage. Only someone who has been on stage could have poisoned the mic. So, the killer is...
Are you saying it's one of us? Including that drunkard?
Someone has been harassing Saya. In a cruel twist of events, the plot to kill Saya ended in Kanako's death instead.
Hello,
What
Andy.
was the
Good
plot?
morning.
And who orchestrated it?
I really like her
Tonight
earrings. I wonder where she
was
got
to
them.
be her final show.
Wish I
I'm
could
sure
ask.
that the harasser wanted to stop her from singing on stage.
I'll email the
The
studio that made... Oh,
microphone was
Squeenix. I'll email
poisoned.
Squeenix and be like, excuse me, where did you get those
It was the
earrings?
spare mic that has the poison needles.
Yes. The killer attached poison needles to the spare mic, which is hardly ever used.
I'm doing good, Andy.
If
I'm
the
doing
main
good.
mic had worked
Solving a
properly,
murder.
poor Kanako would still be alive.
That is the first critical point in this case. The
A
main
murder
mic
most
wasn't
foul.
working, which means
The harasser broke the main mic. The main mic cable comes loose, making a sound. Ooh. I'm thinking that the harasser broke. We'll find out, I suppose. I think that the harasser broke the main microphone. I'm gonna go down that line of thinking.
the person harassing Saya must have broken the main mic for some specific reason.
Oh, that's not
Wait.
sounding very...
You're suggesting they broke the main mic so that the spare mic would be used instead?
Well, they could have just poisoned the main mic directly then, right?
Yes.
Oh, no.
If the person
Well, the
who
id-
broke the main mic and the person who poisoned the spare mic were the same.
I am right?
What are you getting at?
First, I want
I
to
was
establish
right?
the identity of the person who broke the main mic. In other words, the person who has been harassing
You guys thought I was
Saya.
wrong.
From what I've deduced, There are 2 clues pointing to that person. The first clue was just a casual remark.
Yeah, the harasser was Kanako.
Saya.
Because she reacted to it too quickly as well.
Water bottle, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. About 2 weeks ago.
When we were talking, Kanako said that someone had put disinfectant in your coffee, didn't she?
But I kept that incident a secret from everyone.
And this is what you and Saya said, boss.
It was actually because someone had put disinfectant in her water bottle.
That day, I brought coffee instead of my usual tea, so I didn't notice the smell at all.
How did Kanako know there was coffee in Saya's bottle instead of tea, her usual drink? The second clue that points to the harasser is...
Oh, don't make... Kanako ripped the dress. I think that is probably right. Was she secretly glad to see Saya suffer? She must have been the... not sure. Kanako noticed the main mic was malfunctioning and switched. She immediately went to get the spare mic. This news knew. Was unfazed. I think it might be either of these two. I think it's this one. She must have known the cable comes loose sometimes. Despite that, she immediately went to get the spare mic. This means she knew that the main mic was broken and it's not just a cable thing.
When Kanako spoke and there was no sound, she went to change mics immediately. Isn't that a bit strange?
Well, what's strange about that?
There have been several occasions when the main mic's cable came loose from the mixer. Everyone who works here knows this.
Yes, but plugging the cable back in fixes the issue.
So why did she go and get the other?
Normally, you would just wait for that. But Kanako went and got the spare mic immediately. That's because she knew the main mic was actually broken. So waiting around was pointless.
So you're saying Kanako was the one who broke the mic?
Yes. In other words, Kanako was the person who has been harassing Saya.
Kanako.
Thank you for...
Why would she?
Wait a minute. If Kanako was the harasser, does that mean she tried to kill Saya by poisoning the spare mic? But the one who died was Kanako. Why would she poison herself? With her own needles?
Well...
Oh. Kanako didn't know about the poison needles. Kanako didn't know the needles were poisoned, or Kanako thought the needles were on the main microphone. I think she just straight up didn't know.
Kanako was... probably...
Oh no!
Kanako didn't know there were poison needles on the spare mic. That's why she...
That's what I just said!
In other words...
That's what I just said!
And the person who broke the main mic are not the same.
Oh my god!
Kanako was killed.
He's stealing my thunder!
By the poison
He's Sherlock Holmesing me!
The spare mic. But why did the killer...
My glory.
...go through all that trouble to put poison needles on the spare mic?
I didn't make a mistake, he's just rude.
Io, I think you know the reason.
I do know the reason. I think I do.
It's because...
Saya's immortal. The killer was temporarily hiding the needles. No. Mics were switched before the poisoning. The killer thought the spare mic was safe. So the mics were switched before the poisoning. Spare mic and the main mic were identical. The killer was planning to attach poison needles to the main microphone, but somebody switched the microphones before that. Then after attaching the needles, the killer switched the microphones again. I think this one makes sense, maybe. The spare mic and the main mic are identical. The killer was planning to attach the poison needles to the main mic, but they got confused and ended up poisoning the spare mic. I think this one probably makes the most sense.
The main mic and spare mic had been switched before the killer attached the needles. The killer didn't notice and mistakenly put the poison needles on the spare mic.
Are you
the music's still playing, so I can't be wrong.
Mics again after that? Why would they?
I did a sound check, and after that, the mic was on stage the whole time. I can
Maybe I have
say
to
for
fuck it up.
sure that the mics weren't switched.
Oh, shit.
I must be mistaken.
Oh, no! How
I'm
embarrassing.
sorry. Let me think some more.
Oh, no, don't, like, no. No! It's fine. Well, to me, it didn't make any difference. I don't really understand. I don't... Okay, doesn't matter. I got it wrong. I've got to wear my shame admirably. I won't make excuses for my horrible performance. I guess I just didn't really understand why it mattered so much, but it's okay. It was one of two options that I didn't think, like, I didn't understand, really. I kind of felt like we would be guessing either way, because I'm not entirely sure there's evidence for any of it.
Kaneko didn't know there were poison needles on the spare mic.
I can't.
That's why she grabbed it without any hesitation. Who broke the poison? You know that.
There you go. Oop. Yeah, because I don't feel like it's probably the killer mixed up the two microphones. But I don't see how we have any evidence for that, you know? It's confusing because the killer was confused. They got confused and ended up poisoning the spare mic. Seems a little bit silly.
The killer.
Starcraft tomorrow, Mendel.
The poison needles
tomorrow.
To the spare mic instead of the main one.
And why would they make that mistake?
Yesterday was triple triad.
On stage after the sound check. There's no way to mistake it for the spare mic off stage.
Oh, for Christ's
sake!
sake!
Standing side by side, perhaps, but it's impossible in this case.
So that wasn't even right.
Let me think about it some more.
What? Hang on a moment. The other two options were the stupid ones, though. They were the stupid options. Like the killer was just storing the needles there. What? The killer wasn't just fucking storing the needles there. Absolutely not.
Oh, there were poison needles. The main.
So the killer was temporarily hiding the needles. The killer may have temporarily hid them on the spare mic, waiting for the right time to pick them up later. Stupid. Stupid idea. Mr. Beto said the spare mic was rarely used. Taping the tiny needles would have been easy. The killer must have thought no one would touch the spare mic, so they attached the poison needles to it covertly for some reason. Was he temporarily just fucking hiding them there? Because that seems less stupid than this. Just like covertly for some purpose. Seems really stupid. Why would you hide them there? Couldn't you just like hide them underneath the table or something? Maybe I'm gonna go with this one. This one's the stupider option. Oh my god, it was right.
The killer was afraid that someone would touch the microphone by mistake. Right?
Exactly. The main mic gets handled by many people. Even Mr. Masuda and Mr. Bito might touch it.
Right.
That's why the killer poisoned the rarely used spare mic.
But the killer wouldn't have known that Kaneko would use the spare mic.
So it couldn't
It was a
lady.
last-minute decision to have her go on stage.
I don't think so, Herbal. Because it forces you to find everything. So I think it tries to avoid that.
She asked to be on that stage.
Yeah.
That was an unexpected turn of events for the killer.
This is completely different than how it read. Yeah. They should have explained it better in the description, I think.
No one said
like
foot on
covertly
stage
for some
after it was
purpose is
decided
sussy.
Kaneko would perform. Which means...
That's right. It means... the spare mic was...
Oh no. The needles were attached before the plan was changed. The decision to have Kaneko go on stage was made quite suddenly. There is no way the killer could have predicted that. The poisoned needles may be stealthily attached before that decision. No. The needles were attached after Kaneko went out. This one. Right?
The spare mic was poisoned before it was decided that Kaneko would go on stage.
Wait a minute. So you mean the killer didn't intend to murder Kaneko with the poisoned needles?
In that case, the killer's target was...
Who was it? What do you think?
Oh no, they're all looking at me. I don't know. The killer's target. I want to say it was Saya, but then what's the point of poisoning the spare microphone? Yeah, I was thinking the sound guy. Because if Saya was going to just use the microphone... Like it seems the most obviously her. But... why would she have used the spare microphone? You know? The only person I feel like who would pick up the spare microphone would have been... I might just choose her. I think it's... I feel like every other indication points to this lady. So I'm gonna go with her. Because I can't see who else it would be. Because why would anybody want to murder the sound man? Why would anyone want to murder the sound guy? Look at him. Why would anyone want to... She does look nervous. I don't think she was the killer, though. I think she was the victim. I'm going to just say her.
I believe the killer poisoned the spare mic with the intent of killing Saya.
But isn't that strange?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
There's no way the killer could have known if I would use the spare mic.
No, they couldn't have.
Actually,
exactly.
I think they knew.
Oh, did they? They did, yes.
They were sure you would use the spare mic.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
Maybe she was the killer. Oh my god, maybe she was the killer. Because she's the one who poisoned the microphone. Did she kill herself? Why would she kill herself? That's silly. No. Yeah. Must have been because they realized that Kanako had broken the main microphone.
Kanako broke the main mic.
But no one knew about that until you pointed it out a moment ago.
And there's no guarantee Saya would use the spare mic just because the main mic was broken. She could sing without a mic, for instance, or just wait for the mic to be fixed.
Oh, how embarrassing! She was trying to kill herself?
Sorry. Let me correct myself.
She was trying to kill herself? What? No! No!
The person who poisoned the spare mic was Saya. And the intended victim was also Saya.
I didn't want to know. I was better off not knowing.
Huh?
Saya. You were planning to kill yourself.
Why would you?
Why would you think that?
I don't know! Yes, it's very elaborate. So she probably wanted to do it in front of everyone. Like, you know, it's her last. But I just kind of think taping poison needles was a little bit. You guys think it's the mermaid flesh? Are you kidding? So I'm thinking it's this one. This one says Rio found out the secret of the eternal diva. I think it's A. Because she said, oh, you think she lost her talent? I thought it was A because he was like, I was better off not knowing, you know? You think she gave into the harassment? I'm gonna say A. If I'm wrong.
Saya, the eternal diva. Your secret was found out by that man over there, Yoi.
There's no secret to it. I've just put in a lot of effort to keep myself looking young on stage.
And what exactly is this secret that he says he found? Just the ravings of a drunkard, I'm sure.
You're right.
Oh, no! Alright, I'm still not going with W yet, though. I'm gonna say the fucking mermaid flesh.
Saya, your agelessness
oh my god.
came from eating
now
mermaid
she's saying
flesh.
It sounds so stupid.
But the effects have worn off.
No.
Ridiculous.
Now she said it?
She's just put in a lot of effort to maintain a youthful
I didn't
appearance
realize
on
how
stage.
stupid it
I've
sounded.
seen how hard she works.
Mermaid
no.
flesh. How absurd.
Sorry. You're right. Let me correct myself.
Yeah, let me just correct myself. It's W?
Saya, the harasser, pressured you into committing suicide on stage, didn't they?
No. There was no such threat.
Even if there had been, do you think she would just roll over and...
No, that's why I didn't pick it originally!
Also, demanding that Saya commit suicide is just too different from all the harassment so far.
I didn't think it was an option.
And that means
the dress was supposed to... What? So this is the dress she was supposed to wear was torn to pieces. What? They might have worded it badly.
Was ripped up. You did that yourself, didn't you? Only you and the boss knew that it was your dress after
There
all.
is literally no one else in a 20-mile radius that dress could have been. Oh, so she wanted to wear the dress that looked like somebody was supposed to die in it. Yeah. That's what they made it sound like, didn't they, Jin? My dress got messed up, so I staged an elaborate poison murder.
Anyone but you, Saya, who could have ripped up that dress.
But in reality, it was just... Okay. It was because she wanted to wear the other dress.
Was there a need for me to do that?
Because it looks like a burial dress.
I believe
which is a bit
was.
wacky.
It occurred to me.
Okay.
Boss.
Yeah.
After hearing what you said about the dress from the tailors, what was wrong with it?
It's not bad. But it looks like something you get buried in, doesn't it?
Something you get buried in. You ripped up the other dress so that the boss would have to get the white one. With the poison needles you prepared. You wanted to die on stage.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't
beautiful
something that was lost in translation. Like, I feel like the option was just badly worded.
Isn't that right?
But why did she want to die? We haven't really been given a... Not to, you know, not to be mean, but...
My voice is ruined.
Oh, there we go.
Huh?
Get my sweat. Yeah, the mermaid flesh seemed more reasonable.
To fill this room with my voice.
Yeah.
I've even sung entire nights. Just on my own. But 2 weeks ago, after drinking that coffee, it destroyed my voice. My precious high notes, most of all. That's why I thought of making tonight my last. I wanted to die on stage.
Would this be manslaughter then?
Beautifully
that she
singing my
killed
final
Kanako.
song.
Well, Kanako died in like 2 seconds, so I don't know whether you would have been able to sing.
You put the poison needles on the spare mic.
Yes. During rehearsal, that is.
No one saw her
I
taping these
pretended to
needles?
check the spare mic. It was part of the usual checks, so Mr. Bito didn't suspect a thing, even though he was nearby.
Why the poison needles? You could have taken the poison before going on stage, for instance. What made you take all this trouble?
I thought about that, you know. But there's no telling when the poison would take effect.
Hey, Pille, good
This was
morning.
the
And
only
Alex,
way.
good morning.
To deliver a perfect swan song.
Did you know that it was Kanako
Mm.
who broke the mic?
It wasn't working when we started rehearsal. That silly girl. Of course I'd notice if it was broken before rehearsal.
So, when I heard your voice over the speakers, that was...
Oh god, if I get that wrong.
That was a recording, wasn't it?
Because she said, oh, she sounds just like... And then I made a joke. Oh, imagine if she was just lip-syncing.
I was surprised because it sounded exactly like what I've listened to so many times.
I asked Mr. Beto to play it. I told him I wanted to save my voice for the show, so he played records at rehearsal to fool everyone.
Right.
So the mic was already broken at that point.
That's why no staff were allowed in during rehearsal.
But that's all I asked Mr. Beto to do. I did everything else myself.
Did you also foresee that Kanako would use the spare mic?
What? I'm just curious. Why are we not more angry at Kanako? Why? I know she's dead. I know, like, there's no one to be angry at. But we just found out that she is the person that put disinfectant in this lady's coffee and was the person that ruined her voice and has made her want to kill herself. I feel like she's not angry enough at her. She's like, oh, silly girl, you know, try to ruin my microphone. Like, she was also the person that has ruined your voice forever, which you just don't seem to be angry enough at her, you know? Like, I know that, like, you know, she's been punished or whatever, you know? Like, but I feel like it would still be kind of fair enough to be a bit upset at her, you know?
When I saw her switch mics immediately, I knew. She was the one who broke the main mic.
Okay.
I knew I had to stop her.
But it was too late.
Part of me believed she was getting exactly what she deserved. And so I simply watched as she died. I realized earlier that she was the one harassing me.
Okay.
As you pointed out, Kanako said that someone had put disinfectant in my coffee. I noticed it too. She had no reason to know that there was coffee in my bottle that day. Such a careless, silly girl. You know, I actually liked her. But she was getting close to me.
She spat it out. That's why I didn't kill her.
My place
just ruined her voice.
When I realized that, everything I'd done for her suddenly looked so futile, so heartbreaking.
Oh, thank you for the chat, love. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. If you could have forgiven her. Oh, see, look, nobody is remotely angry enough. They're like, oh, gosh, poor Kanako, you know? If you'd just forgiven her for trying to murder you with disinfectant, you two could have sung on stage together. You could have held hands.
But this doesn't end well for anyone involved.
Oh my God.
By killing her, you ruined your one and only chance for a grand finale.
Everyone calls
You
me
didn't mean to kill her!
Diva.
Oh my God. She didn't mean to kill her.
It's because everyone was projecting their ideals onto me. But we all grow old. The real me and the idealized me were growing further and further apart. I can't keep it up anymore, even with the power of the spotlights. You know, I really was going to sing tonight. My song would have been legendary. Well, Motoki, I have one last favor to ask. Would you let me sing on stage one last time?
What will you sing?
A requiem just for her. I don't
So
need my high
I
notes
feel like the difference is
for that.
that Kanaka was deliberately and maliciously harassing
Let her
this
sing.
lady,
Please.
whereas this lady didn't deliberately kill anyone. You know, she was trying to kill herself.
Well, the Scarlet Camellia
was
built around you, after all. You will go on stage, just as planned. You are a true star.
Did she deliberately do it?
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I must ask you to reconsider. Do you think Kanako wants to hear a requiem sung by her killer?
Just let her sing. At least until the police arrive.
You haven't even called the police yet, have you? You were looking out for her. You had a feeling things would turn out like this. That's why you hesitated to call the police.
I noticed Saya had been acting strange these past few weeks. That much was obvious. We've worked together a long time.
And yet you still wanted her to sing on stage tonight. Perhaps it was your expectations that pushed her over the edge.
The police?
What the?
I called them. Restrain her at once.
Bastard!
No matter what.
Oh.
She mustn't be allowed on that stage. Restrain her! Now!
And I'm presuming Yayoi is like her mum or her.
Josie, you might have helped us solve the case. But this was not what I wanted at all.
Even if Saya sang on stage, you wouldn't hear the beautiful voice you're hoping.
Okay, hang on a minute. So we're hearing that Saya knew that the main microphone was broken. And she knew prior to rehearsals that the main microphone was broken. Or, during rehearsals, she figured that out. So she decided to poison the second microphone because she thought that she was going to go on stage. But then she let Kanaka go on stage anyway, knowing that the main microphone was broken. And I feel like you could take an educated guess that she was I feel like that's never kind of clarified, though, but she must have known that that she would have to use the second microphone. Because she was like, oh, I didn't realize until I was watching. And she went to pick up the second microphone. But she must, I feel like you can put two and two together that, if the main microphone's broken. She did it purposely to kill Kanako. Well, then that's murder. That's mean. That's malicious, It's not about you. But this isn't what I wanted.
She hated enough to kill.
Hmm.
Not one note of it would be for the sake of the dead. She'd be singing purely because of her selfish desires.
Hmm. Maybe I'm Yayoi.
I didn't want to know. So it's better off not knowing.
Well, it wasn't as deep as we thought. You know, it wasn't. Oh, they're testing her to see if she's immortal.
Don't know if what the detective said that night was right. Was Saya's final wish something that shouldn't be granted? What should I have done? I write this tale, dear reader, in the hope that you may enlighten me.
Yeah, I was like mermaid flesh. I'm fully committed to the fact that there's this immortal plum and people can eat it, you know? I don't know. Alright. We didn't do very well on this one. Yeah. Maybe we get a B. Okay. Still a pass. It's fine. Yeah, it was confusing. Yeah, the magic's for the finale. I think it probably is, you're right. The music's nice, though. So this is the kind of timeline of when things happened. So we've just been back to 1972. And we're going up to 2022, which is suspect where we'll be going to next. Yeah. There we are. So what was Yayoi's?
Went to this nightclub in search of an eternally youthful singer. And he ran into
a fumble
Lucy there. Why would Yayoi have this book?
Because Yayoi was probably related to Seiya.
Oh, Yoko. How is Yoi doing now?
Matt.
The smell of incense. That's from me. We light it in memory of Miyuki, Ryoi's first wife.
Yeah. Okay.
Eiichi's mother.
Yes. They lost her to cancer. That book looks pretty old.
It was
okay. That was like a very change of subject.
It might shed some light on what she was thinking.
I've never seen it before. But the Scarlet Chameleon nightclub, that sure does take me back.
You've heard of it?
The club closed when the bubble burst, then reopened as a theater. I've performed there back when I was acting.
You were an actress?
Yes, under the name Kyo.
Kyo?
It's a play on my name. I rearranged the letters in Yoko and got Kyo. Nothing ever came of it, but that was how I met Ryoi.
Are we trying to suggest that she was someone? I don't know who Io was though. I don't remember. So we went back to the place after the murder. We'll focus on that.
So Ryohei went back to that place after the murder. How long ago was this?
90s?
Around 10 years ago, I think.
2010.
Catching up, I guess. I just didn't have the energy for it anymore, so I decided to retire.
He was there in the audience at my final performance.
And do you know what he
the quality just changed. How old is she?
Such a shame. You've honed your craft. I was sure you'd get your big break. Cherry blossoms are beautiful
50.
even when they fall, but not just in full bloom.
What a nice thing to say. Sounds like there's a deeper meaning. Let's push her. Let's push it.
Even when they fall.
So I ended up leaving the stage for good, but I've found happiness with Ryoi.
Did you know the Shijima family was researching ways to stop aging?
Of course not. I didn't find out until we were married, and I couldn't care less about it.
You didn't think that it might help you stay young forever?
Many people fear growing old when they are young. I know I did. But as I got older, I started to see that it's not so bad. Actually, the years give you more to see and discover. That was another thing I learned from him.
Did you hear us talking?
Why, my father wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. I think I understand now.
Oh, isn't it nice? It's
Well,
quite wholesome, isn't it?
How was the book? Find anything useful?
There was a section where Ryoi talks about agelessness in the Tokijiku. He makes it sound like a fairy tale, though.
So he does know after all, and he's been keeping it from us.
No, but he said it was a fairy
Something
tale.
occurred to me just now while I was talking with Yoko.
What is it?
Give me some time to think. Here.
What's that?
Try reading this. Just the ending is fine.
All right.
This book was very important to Yayoi. I think her secret may be hidden inside it.
Oh, Christ. All right. What is Yayoi's secret? I think it is... Oh, see, as I just brute force it. She lost someone because of the detective. He's got a photographic memory. He's like, I'll just take pictures and I'll read it later. Yayoi is Io. Said she lost someone because of that detective. Could it possibly mean she's Io and the person she lost was Saya? But that would mean that she was the one who wrote the book, and I don't feel like she wrote the book. She's Saya. Said she lost someone. Could it be that Saya and the person she lost was Kanako? No, I'm not sure. Is Rina? No, but that wasn't due to the... I don't think she seems like any of them. Maybe that's just me. How old is she? I don't remember. I see an information. Relations, maybe? Okay. I kind of want to know how old she is. Is she immortal? I don't think she is. What's the current to the connection? The connection to the current dead detective. So Joe's this guy, one right here. The detective wearing the fedora in the past is that dead detective. So he's the one that solved that murder in the past. So that's why Yayoi wanted to take revenge on him. Because by solving that murder, I think maybe she's Io. Because Yayoi has got all of the letters in it to spell Io. Maybe. Yeah, that's supposed to be the same person. The fedora's the same. You can tell by the fedora. I think she did take revenge on Josui. Yeah, the current one wore a poncho. You've still got that fedora. Taking Seiya's last chance to sing. Oh, they're not the same. They just wear fedora. They both wear fedoras. They're not the same. Maybe they are. I'm not sure. Maybe they're not the same people. They just both wear fedoras. One long mystery, but with episodic mini mysteries. Yeah, maybe she just hates detectives in general. I thought they were the same person, but maybe not. Let's have a look. Maybe she holds a grudge against Ryoi. Exactly. You can tell by the way I wear my hat. You can tell by the way I wear my hat. I'm an immortal detective. Da da da. Da 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 da. Right. Yeah, she really fucking hates fedoras. Anyone wearing a fedora, watch out. I took revenge on Nishimari. It wouldn't surprise me if Nishimari didn't turn up. Lost, thank you very much for gifting us some to Daimo. Thank you very much. Daimo, welcome back to the Weenies. Thank you. Yeah, I think Josui is Nishimari because they wear the same fedora, so they are the same person. Yeah. No, fedoras aren't fashion. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm a fashion expert. Oh, is it a fedora or a trilby? What's the difference?
Who Yayoi really is.
None of those fucking sound right. If I'm honest, none of them sound right. I don't think any of them are right. I don't know if I should cheat and look it up, though. Have to do an image search. There's no way I can describe the differences in text. Okay. Have a look. A trilby versus a fedora. Oh, I think it's a trilby. Yeah, because a trilby has a lip. Has more of a lip. A fedora doesn't have. And it's a bit more, yeah. Pick the youngest. That's what I was wondering. I didn't know whether to go with Io. But Io didn't sound like super, resentful. I'd say the trilby is more of a milady hat than the fedora. Everyone says it's the fedora. But none of them sound right. I'm going to say none of these sound right. I'm going to say that it was like her daughter or something.
None of those sound right. But Let's work with the most likely hypothesis for now.
Okay, I got it wrong. Sure. EO!
Done?
Yeah. Skim the important parts anyway.
None of them did sound right.
The main character, Io. She's Yayoi, isn't she?
That would make Io's diva the important person she lost 50 years ago because of that detective.
Yes. 50 years after he forced her beloved eternal diva off the stage forever, Yayoi finally got her revenge.
She just...
Reading this account over and over again must have fueled her hatred for him.
She waited 50 years for her revenge?
Yes. The target of Yayoi's revenge was at the club that night.
I'm gonna say...
I'll bet Yayoi took revenge on Makoto Nishimari.
She hated that detective. That's why she murdered him. And?
What?
I get that Yayoi took revenge on that detective, Nishimari. How is that related to this murder?
Because Nishimari is Josui!
Makoto Nishimari was Makoto Nishimari.
Oh my god.
Not really.
They're the same people.
What I mean is, that detective...
They're the same people, right? We're not saying that she took revenge on Ryoi. Right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think she did do the poisoning.
The main character, Io.
It was deep ago.
Beloved.
Skippy. Right. I'm gonna say this is this. Because I don't think she did the poisoning. I bet it's gonna be the poisoning.
I'll bet Yayoi took revenge on Josei Kusaka. Detective Josei also appears in that story set 100 years ago in the Taisho era. Assuming the Taisho era Josei, Showa era Josei from 50 years ago, and Makoto Nishimari are all the same person.
Then
right.
There really are people who don't age.
Right.
Based on what we know, that's
but
the conclusion.
I was correct in saying that she took revenge on Nishimari.
She might be willing to actually tell us the truth.
I'll go and try again later on, but I'm not really sure if she will talk.
We could also try a different route.
What do you mean?
We'll contact the editor at Bungei Sekai and ask them to tell us about the person who submitted the story, Io. If the description matches Yayoi, then we'll have some certainty. What do you think, Akari?
It's a good plan, but that publisher's one of our rivals. I have their contact information, but...
I'll do it. I mean, I count as a writer, don't I? Tell me how to get in touch with them.
See, she's really sassy.
I'd like to inquire about the person who submitted the account of a crime from 1972.
Don't bully Susie.
From 1972. I feel like I've heard that date before.
Me too, actually.
What was it?
What's the date of
1972. Showa 47.
Then, the Scarlet Camellia reappeared in the lives of the Shijima family after the Great Kanto earthquake and the World War in 1972.
There we go.
The Scarlet Camellia!
Of course. The Scarlet Camellia began committing murders again in 1972.
There has to be some connection to this story.
But why? What connection could there be?
Oh, it was the nightclub. Like, the nightclub was called the Scarlet Camellia.
You don't suppose the Scarlet Camellia was at the nightclub. Maybe seeing both Ryohei Shijima and Josie in person triggered the Scarlet Camellia.
If that's true, that means my father might have met this Scarlet Camellia.
Yes, and someone else, too. Yayoi might have met the Scarlet Camellia 50 years ago.
Excuse me, there's something I should tell you.
He is a little bit sussy, this guy. He just pops up whenever you need him.
It's about the skeleton under the tree.
I don't know. I don't suspect him.
Mr. Shijima.
Oh, what if it's Mr. Shijima?
Yes, he dug under the cherry tree and...
Yeah, he's got the flower bandana.
I don't know why I was digging
but it is
there,
blue, not red.
I see.
I didn't want to say anything and cause trouble, but then Mr. Shijima got poisoned.
Yeah, like why would he have been digging? He's like the
I got scared thinking
yeah, they
those
are nice,
bones
aren't they,
might be
Daimyo?
cursed. I just thought
it's a very rich family.
Know.
Got good tabletops.
I see.
Hey, hi, oh, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Be having a good day. Maybe Mr. Shijima's the Scarlet Camellia.
Ryohei must have known there was a skeleton buried under the cherry tree, right?
I'm going to see my father. Maybe he'll regain consciousness.
Daddy!
I'm also curious about the Tokijiku mentioned in this story.
I'll go with you. I'm worried about you going by yourself.
Oh, of course you are.
I'll go.
Oh, she's so fucking sussy, isn't she?
Okay.
She's just so like.
Be careful.
About what?
This place is
so
pretty big.
sassy.
When I was a kid,
Some open new
I got
position
lost
on
one
Friday.
time and ended up in this weird room.
Oh, are you
Fine.
excited?
I'm just going to the storehouse.
All right, see you later.
She's just helpful and nice, but she's too helpful, isn't she? Do you think Yayoi's gonna be dead? I think Yayoi might be dead. She's gonna go and she's not gonna be there. Hello, Yayoi. See, look, it's open. Or is it not open? I don't know, I can't see the door. It's not. Oh, hello. Oh, she's alive, okay.
I wonder, what did you bring me this time?
I brought this. Is the detective you killed the same person as Josie in this story?
If I said yes, you wouldn't believe me, would you?
Still being evasive, I see.
Did she really murder the detective?
Did you really murder the detective Nishimari?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I
honestly,
believe
I just picked it.
this Scarlet Camellia is connected somehow to today's incidents.
You think that this person killed the detective?
I don't know about that. Yayoi, will you tell me what you know?
So she didn't really kill the detective?
If that's what you want. Here.
The serial novel The Shijima Case, Part 2, The River to Oblivion, Part 3, The Prison Devices.
Been in this storehouse for a long time. You might find what you're looking for.
Could these be? They were Yoshino's handwritten manuscripts, the continuation of that story published in Shinsei Nen.
Okay, the older. There we go.
It was 6 months after the murder at the private auction. In that time, I stayed close to Josie and continued investigating the stolen Tokijiku.
Here it is, he's still alive.
But
that's how he must have lived through all this time.
I wasn't able to find any meaningful clues, and I grew more anxious with each passing day. That was when I received a letter from my uncle Azan.
That her dad's died? Yeah. No, was her dad already dead? I can't remember. No, I don't think he's dead. He wasn't, at least. I think so. Her dad kind of like set her free and asked her to run away and keep the Tokijiku safe. Yeah. Yeah, imagine if this turns out to be Yayoi. That would be a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, gotta keep you up to speed.
Let's take a break.
I'm sorry.
Could you show me the letter again?
Yes.
We shall hold the traditional succession rite of the Shijima family. Genai will attend a water lantern ceremony. Succession. Genai will attend.
Please allow me to attend this family event. Your father's life may be in danger.
He knew where we were, so he could have seen us in person instead of sending a letter.
He probably thought you'd just run away from him again. I hate to admit it, but your uncle's handwriting is exceptional. You can tell he had a good upbringing.
Maybe he's peeking.
In his letter, my uncle called on me to take part in the family's succession, where the next head of the Shijimas would be chosen.
It's like, wow, that must be one sexy man if he's got such good handwriting. Oh, there's water lantern ceremony. Ask about the water lantern. This sounds interesting.
There's also a water lantern ceremony.
I reckon her dad's dead already. It's the kimono.
The letter also mentioned
yeah.
Gene Shijima.
You're right. They said it was an old kimono, right?
To see father again. But then I recalled the urgency in his voice when he ordered me to leave the house. And for a moment, I wondered if I'd made a mistake.
Take this and leave this place now.
Huh? Is someone after this Tokijiku?
This is my way of making amends, Yoshino. I'm sorry.
Did anything happen to him? Was my father all right?
The cold will get us if we stay in one place too long. Let's go.
If only we had some rice porridge. That'll warm us up a bit.
Rice porridge?
When I was younger, my father taught me how to make it. Something my mother...
Is it like rice pudding, I wonder?
Often made long ago, he said.
I see.
Actually...
I could go for some rice pudding.
I don't know very much about my mother. I've missed her so badly. But my father never told me anything much about why she left us.
I'd like to try it.
My family's hiding something. I've always felt that way, ever since I was a child. Maybe it has something to do with the Tokijiku.
Way overcooked rice. Ooh, with a bit of meat.
You know something, don't you?
I'm not sure if I could get myself to eat a century egg.
Let's
But
go.
otherwise, it sounds nice.
Josie wouldn't tell me anything.
I don't roll very high on
That look of
Constitution, so.
sadness only made me even more anxious.
I've heard some people eat porridge, like porridge oats savory, which is always a shock to me because I only eat. Oh no, you just watched me be sick, and that's against TOS.
This way, please. Welcome.
This is a nice house. It's not.
Miss Yoshino Shijima, I presume?
What year is this? That's. I don't think. Oh, not analysis. Okay. Timeline. We're supposed to be in 1841, yet there's like a concrete wall. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's, you know, they're just reusing sets.
Yes, I'm Yoshino.
I beg your
That's
pardon.
not very historically accurate.
You're Yoshino Shijima. I am Misao Jimba, the innkeeper. And this is?
It looks like a nice inn, though. It's my boyfriend.
My companion.
My boyfriend.
Do you wish to share a room?
No, we'll take separate rooms if they're available.
That shouldn't be a problem. Now, if
if it gives me the chance, I would have been like, yep. Genai Shijima, Enzin Shijima.
My uncle is already here, I guess.
It must have been cold outside.
Very modern looking
The
inn.
winds from the mountains make it especially chilly around here.
You think she's the murderer?
Looks like it'll start snowing soon, too.
Oh, you'll find a charcoal brazier
Maybe
in
she
every
is.
room. The baths are not far from your rooms. I'll be back again to show you later. The women's bath looks out onto the river, so you get a lovely
lovely.
view of the winter landscape.
Oh, what a nice holiday we're having.
Long time no see, Yoshino.
1880, but she's dressed kind of more
Where's my
19.
father?
Gene
20.
arrived yesterday, ahead of everyone.
The parking lot. Sorry, I don't mean to be the fashion police. What brings you here? You're not part of the Shijima family? Or has something happened to him? Nah, let's insult her instead. Fuck her.
What exactly are you doing here, Toako?
Azan said he'd be lonely without me. How many years has it been since his wife passed away, I wonder?
Toako.
Don't mind me. You should really go and see
I'm not
your
sure what
father.
emotion was supposed to be portrayed there. Like, does she want to be here? Or does she not want to be? I'm not sure what I was supposed to feel there. I don't know if she hates being brought on these trips and she's like, oh, how long ago did his wife die? And I'm supposed to feel sorry for her? Or whether she
Josie.
is kind of
Please wait here.
muscling into the
It's all your
family.
fault. How will you take responsibility for this if it ruins the Shijima family?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There's no need for a successor. It all ends with me as it should. I can't burden Yoshino with this.
Have you forgotten what our mission is?
I don't need to hear any of this from you!
Stop fighting! Uncle! Father!
Yoshino, what are you...
Yeah.
It's been too long, Father.
So you decided to join us after all.
Why did you come back?
I invited her. She needs to be here for the water lantern ceremony.
I said it's not going to happen, you insolent...
That's not for you to decide!
Enough!
Oh, he's gonna die.
Get out.
It's like the events of 2022 where the dad gets killed because he doesn't want a successor.
Remember what I said, Gene. You know what happens if you refuse to go through with it.
Yeah, maybe that's how they end up with the skeleton. Milady. Oh dear, the fedora tip. That's so good.
You've gone too far.
I'm sorry for coming back, Father.
And I'm sorry you had to see all that. You look well, better than I did imagine.
A trilby tip.
You also look well, Father. More importantly...
What is the Shijima's family mission? Why do I need to be at the lantern ceremony? And why are you so against my becoming head of the family? I'd like to know what the mission is, to be honest. It's what I think is the most...
What is the Shijima family's mission?
I want to know the big picture.
Yoshino.
Oh, I should let you guys vote. I'm like, no. I will pick.
To see you. But you shouldn't be here.
What's your family mission, Simon?
Father, I've brought a companion, someone who has done a lot for me.
I've got a boyfriend, Dad.
Come in. Father, this is Josie Kusaka.
Milady?
This is my father.
Oh, he recognizes him. Interesting. Oh, it's kind of a bit of sexual tension there.
With you two?
Oh, nothing. Please excuse me. My daughter says you have been looking out for her. I hope she hasn't been too much trouble.
Not at all.
Oh, this is awkward, isn't it? Pork chops, oil changes, and house farts. It's honest work. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Yeah, you're supposed to take your hat off when you get into our house.
Yoshino. There's no need for you to be a prisoner to the Shijima name.
What's the mission of the Badger and Greg family?
Go out there and live the life you want. You said
to be
you wanted
king
to be an
people,
author, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's a secret.
Then don't stop until you become one.
Can't tell everyone our mission.
There will come a time when women are truly free to carve out their own paths. I'm sure of it.
Father.
Josui. As Yoshino's father, I realize this may come across as a selfish request.
Could you marry my daughter?
Do take good care of my daughter.
I will.
This is cute, isn't it? Give me all your money. Hand over your wallet.
I believe that made my father feel better. Josie? What's wrong?
Nothing. But there's something I must discuss with your father.
Is he gonna propose?
Go on ahead without me.
Is he gonna propose?
What is there to... Josie?
Well, he's gonna propose, clearly.
Something Josie doesn't want me to hear?
You can't leave. I don't want to deal with all this.
What's the matter, Uncle?
An emergency patient.
On this day?
Well, thanks again.
Well, I think we've been together for quite a while now. I think 6 months.
And what should I do?
You've come all this way. You might as well stay the night.
What about the lantern ceremony?
Yes, go ahead with it. Saita, someday you'll be responsible for the Shijima family. Make sure everything goes smoothly. Could I have something to write with?
Of course. Here you go.
Look at those 1970s, like, lapels. Reminded that this is the 1880s.
If anything happens, send word to this address. Well, I'll leave the rest to you.
Yeah. The period dress is all over the place.
A selfish ass. And poor Towako, you have to suffer too because of him. Anyway, I'm sure he's paying for the room, so
looks like he's gonna be
please
in
make the most of it.
Oh, was that John Travolta
Don't
film?
want to cause any trouble.
The lantern ceremony. Better start preparing for it, or we'll be late.
It seems Saito knows how to lead the ceremony. I wonder why he doesn't seem eager about it. I wonder why he doesn't. Yeah, Saturday Night Fever.
I wonder why he doesn't seem
Is
eager
John
about
Travolta
it.
still with us? Yes, okay. My mum likes John Travolta. How old is he? His wife passed away. I thought I'd heard something like recently about John Travolta. And that's why I was wondering if he was...
Towako.
Yeah, must have been his wife.
I'm sorry for how my
Shame.
uncle acted.
You don't have it easy either, do you? Being summoned here out of the blue.
Oh, he's 69. Nice.
And I still
nice. He's
haven't
still quite
been
young then.
told what the purpose of the lantern ceremony is.
It's not hard to imagine. We use fire to send off the dead.
Our ancestors, you mean?
Who knows?
Yes, she doesn't
I
seem to
never
want to be
met
here
a
either.
Shijima family.
I think she's probably annoyed that
I can't
he
believe we're
hasn't
doing the
offered to marry
lantern
her.
ceremony by ourselves. What's the point?
Well, we don't have a choice. My father told us to do it, so we have to.
Well, your father's in a tough spot too. I doubt your ancestors would be thrilled to have a runaway daughter and some outsiders sending them off.
That's fucking rude.
That's enough, Ayame.
What? It's the truth, isn't it?
Oh my god, is she gonna die?
Excuse me. I'll be in my room.
It's because of those things you said.
Either that or she's
Why
got the
are you
shits.
taking her side? You men are all hopeless.
Let's send these off.
Oh, pregnant. Oh. That would be scandalous. This is nice. Sounds nice.
Yoshino.
Okay, who's gonna be dead? Either my
Yoshino,
dad.
You're not coming back, are you?
I'm very sorry.
Or
Selfish
her.
of me, I know. But being the head of this family, no, that's too heavy a burden. And now that burden falls to you, doesn't it? I think that would be much better for the Shijima family.
You think the uncle?
My father would never choose me as the successor.
Why?
Because I'm his dear son.
What do you mean?
It's an honor to be chosen. Do you want to leave the family too? Okay, maybe he wants to leave the family too.
Do you want to leave the family too, Saito?
No, it's not that. It's not that at all. It's not something to be thankful for.
What?
I suppose it's time you learn the truth. The true nature of the Shijima family. And the true meaning of the lantern ceremony.
Gimme.
Our true nature?
Don't cut to black. Let me hear this.
You know that we've been receiving the
mission
Tokijiku from the Sakaki family for many generations, right?
Yes. And they were wiped out over 10 years ago by someone who wanted the Tokijiku.
The Sakakis were the stewards of an important ritual, you see. There was a single tree growing in their gardens. The fruit of this tree was known as the Tokijiku. Hundreds of years ago, the Shijimas began the research on ways to stop aging using the Tokijiku provided by the Sakaki family. The Shijima's goal was to make everyone ageless. So every 100 years, a family member was chosen to consume the Tokijiku and become the subject of that research. But the way these subjects were treated was... they were essentially...
okay.
Human sacrifices.
Smash.
Human sacrifices?
They had to endure all manner of abuse. It's no wonder their spirits were soon broken. Then the Sakakis, who took pity on the test subjects, offered to send each one off to the afterlife after 100 years. This is the origin of the succession. In other words, the Shijima's cherry blossom ceremony and the Sakaki's water lantern ceremony.
Then that would mean...
I was gonna say that her dad's gonna die today. Janae, my father is an ageless test subject. The cherry blossom ceremony ushers in a new ageless test subject, and the lantern ceremony signifies the death of a test subject. Which one do we want to know? I guess kind of like they all answer the same question. I suppose I'm more interested in my father if he's ageless. You guys want to know about the new one? That's the one I'm least interested in. I'm interested in the death or my dad. Like, ushering in the new ageless test subject. Oh, I don't like how the music ends. It's like, come on, pick one. Music's cut out. I think I'd like to know the death of the Hang on, Lance. Sorry, I left you with the creepy music. I just handed my phone off to Greg. Oh dear. I was like, here you go, Greg. Here you go. Oh dear. Right, where were we? Right, death or my dad? Pick A. No, but I kind of want to know about the death. I'm gonna pick the death. I kind of want to know most about that.
The lantern.
Because this is a murder mystery after all.
The death of a test subject.
You must have realized it on some level, surely. Gaine doesn't age.
Yeah,
He's
there we
been
go.
alive for over 100
Just gonna
years.
answer it anyway. Good morning, Stephen.
Today's lantern ceremony
good evening, I
should
should
have been
say.
a send-off.
There we go. Should have been a send-off.
As you know, the Sakakis are no more, so now the Shijimas are in charge of both events. But Gaine refuses to go through with the succession. He means to end our traditions.
Father.
I could never say this to my father's face, but I also think the research needs to stop.
I think they should only, like...
And...
Only if they want to die.
The Shijima family has done even more reprehensible things.
What
How you doing
else
today,
is
Stephen?
there?
Why do you think the Sakakis were suddenly
Did we wipe them out?
Over 10 years ago, it was the Shijimas who attacked them. 14 years ago, the Shijima's entire store of Tokijiku was lost. So, they decided to take all of the Sakaki's Tokijiku by force and killed them. And their home was burned to the ground. The Tokijiku that you left with, the one that was stolen from you, was the last of that ill-gotten horde.
Why would... Alright. Alright. Why did they destroy the only source of the Tokijiku? They were like, oh heck, all of our store is gone. Okay, we'll go steal it from those other guys. Fair enough, understand that. But they also burnt down the tree that was providing the Tokijiku so that when they stole the store, there would never be another Tokijiku. Hello, Duck. Good morning. That's stupid. Where's Bread? Might be still asleep at the moment, Stephen. Maybe Yayoi was... Yeah. You know who I reckon? Where is he? I reckon Josui is a Sakai. Or Sakai Kaiki? Sakaki?
The Shijimas burned down the Sakaki's home. And father? A human sacrifice who doesn't age? Is that why he told me to take the Tokijiku and run away? But even if I'm free, my father could never leave the Shijima family.
What are you going to do about this?
I said I was sorry, didn't I?
Sorry isn't enough. I can't do anything without them. You know that, right?
Yes, I do. But calm down, Ayame.
How do you expect me to be calm like this? What are you going to do about it?
I'll go look for them later, alright?
Later. Always later. That's what's wrong with you.
Yes, I know, I'm
something
sorry.
happen?
Are you
I
really
don't
sorry?
know.
Please,
When I heard
Ayame.
voices outside.
How did they not notice them
like
there?
this.
What are
Can't
you
you
going
just
to
forgive
do
me?
about it? You need to take
My
responsibility.
dear guests, is something the matter?
Sorry. I know it's late. This oaf bumped into me in the hallway and knocked my glasses off, and they fell out the window.
I already apologized. I didn't do it on
course.
purpose.
I know. In that case, go get them already. I can't see anything without my glasses.
You expect me to go looking for them in the middle of the night? It's pitch dark
Right.
out there.
There are many places near the river where you might lose your footing. It would be best not to go walking down there at night.
I'll go find them first thing in the morning, alright?
I mean, if you're going to sleep, you don't need to
Honestly,
see anything
You're
anyway.
absolutely useless.
Yeah, the windows are closed. How did they fall out the window? Well, the windows are closed. Best use of fruit. Oh, heck yeah.
Really can't see anything without her glasses?
She probably can't find her way back to her room without them.
I'm not suggesting we all go together. That would be silly.
I never should have married her.
Oh, you're married.
Oh. Don't tell Ayame I said that. Oh, excuse me. Ayame!
Seemed like a silly idea to go in the middle of the night. I don't know whether that was actually a choice. How is he wearing his fedora? Does he wear it to sleep? I thought they were siblings as well.
Maybe I should go talk to Father.
I reckon her dad's gonna be dead. Unfortunately.
Father? Are you awake? Tomorrow it is, then.
Probably dead. Oof.
Morning, Yoshino.
Good morning.
Is she drunk?
I smell of drink, do I? Sorry about that. After the lantern ceremony, the night manager and I had a few rounds in the dining hall.
It is nice, Helen. Mm-hmm.
This morning.
I see.
Anyway, I'm going home. Certainly don't want this outsider to overstay her welcome.
I feel bad for her. I kind of want to say, so this one says there's no need to be concerned about that, and then did something happen with something Izan, with her and Uncle Izan? I'll be polite.
There's no need to be concerned about that.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to be saying it to her.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I like accommodating Izan and his whims. The life of a flower is so short. Go find love while you're young, okay?
What are you? No, doesn't seem like. Hang on. She's only 36.
Life is short, huh?
I mean, I guess I'm 17.
Flowers that last forever.
Double her age, essentially. Half her age, sorry. Oh, yeah, what flower?
Good morning.
Morning.
How was your night? I had trouble falling asleep.
So did I.
You too?
Good morning, Miss Yoshino.
Is something wrong?
I went to wake Mr. Shijima this morning, as I usually do, but he still hasn't answered the door. He requested a wake-up call at 7 o'clock every morning. In fact, he was already awake when I went to his room yesterday.
Oh, no. And they're going to be like, you have to succeed him now.
Father!
No, wait. Get an A.
Oh!
What on earth? It's as if they were put here to keep people out. Father! Father!
We not just move
We're
them?
coming in.
Oh, they are. They look heavy.
What's that sound? Father! 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 Father!
Huh. There's no one here. Seems the murderer escaped through this window. Just a moment too late. Inform the police. Quickly.
Yes, of course.
Father!
Smash.
His kimono is in disarray. He
Must
tried
have
to fight
fought,
back.
yeah.
A long, thin wound. It looks like he was stabbed once with some type of blade. The body is already completely stiff. The murder must have taken place yesterday.
Is father dead?
During the lantern ceremony. Or possibly before that.
Yes.
My
Who knows?
father was killed by the Scarlet Camellia.
What if the Scarlet Camellia is just the Sakakis? They're just like, that, you know, maybe.
Tomorrow it is then.
Maybe they don't think they're doing anything wrong.
Stayed with him.
This is my fault. It's not your fault. I'm truly sorry.
If my father was fated to meet his end here, perhaps fate brought me here as well.
No, no, don't say you're gonna succeed him. Oh, no.
I'll do whatever I can do
Okay.
to find whoever killed my father.
That's fine. But we're not
That's
succeeding him. We're not
I'll
eating the
repay my
fruit.
father for having faith
No
in
fruit for
me,
you.
and I will carve my own path.
Oh. I'm kind of a bit mad.
I understand. We'll find the killer.
Oh my god, what
Thank
if
you
it's
so
him?
much.
What if it's him? What if it's him? They do sometimes use West. Just
Murder
nice.
involves the Shijima family. Let me handle the investigation. What do you mean, don't inform the police? Well, I got in touch with your uncle earlier. He said he'll be back around noon, and the police must not be told anything until then. Why?
Yoshino, my father booked the entire inn. We're the only guests here. Something goes wrong, and a Shijima could be named the prime suspect. You see the problem, don't you?
Not at all. What's important is that we find the killer as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we cover up anything. I'm just saying it's not too late to inform the police.
She's wearing red.
Get our facts in order.
I'm just to point that out. She's wearing red. I will uncover the truth. We'll ask him for those facts.
Would you be able to get those facts, Saito?
Yeah.
Me?
What's wrong? Is there going to be a problem?
I wouldn't say that.
Then I will uncover the truth. You'll help me, won't you?
What can you do?
For a start, please tell me what you were doing this morning.
Yeah.
I was in my room. I was waiting for Saeta to come back from the riverbank.
Because her glasses fell out the window that wasn't open.
All morning searching for Ayame's glasses.
Do we think she's lying about not being able to see anything without her glasses?
I found them downstream.
Are you nearsighted or long-sighted, ma'am?
No one has a solid alibi for this morning. Around the time when someone escaped from my father's room. Toako was already gone, but she left the lantern ceremony early. Then she drank with the night
I don't think
manager
they
in
would
the
have had
dining
plastic
hall until
glasses in
morning.
1880.
The night manager confirmed that they were together all night.
We still
Yeah, it would have
don't
been
know
metal.
when Gene
Metal
was
and
murdered.
glass.
Identifying the killer this way might be difficult.
Right now, our only clue
What about Midway?
is the rope tied to the railing outside that window. Let me investigate some more.
Would you get cyber eyes, Rooks? Isn't that just laser eye surgery? Let other people test them out first.
The inn staff kindly moved my father's body. I'm sure he would have found this room too cold.
The killer murdered Gene.
Give them to people who need them more first.
Then returned to this room in the morning. So the question is...
What did they come back to the room for? That is the missing link, right?
Oh dear.
Perhaps they realized that
A little
some
thrill.
incriminating evidence had been left behind. Or are they searching for something else?
Something like...
The Tokijiku.
There aren't any potential hiding places either.
Why come back when it's light out, instead of under the cover of night?
Oh my god. Because she didn't have her glasses. That's why she came back. Because she didn't have her she needed her glasses to see. Might have left a clue, or something might be missing from the room. Kinda either. Probably something must be missing.
Something might be missing from this room.
Who is that lady? Ayame Shijima.
It won't turn on.
So the uncle was going to attend someone who was sick.
The light bulb in this room was burned out. That's why the killer had no choice but to come back in the morning.
Oh, okay. So the killer knew the light bulb was burned out, but even without the room light, as long as they had a light source. Oh, the killer knew that the bulb was burned out.
That means the killer knew the light bulb was burned out.
Yes. And so they waited until morning.
Well, they could have just tried the light and it
What
wasn't.
could be worth
If it wasn't on.
risk?
Has anything changed in this room since yesterday?
Well, there wasn't that puddle of blood there yesterday.
The ashtray is missing.
Good morning, Nimble.
My
Good
father
morning.
was a smoker, so it's odd not to see one in this room.
The ashtray?
The killer got out through this window.
Might have kicked the ashtray out.
Using this rope. It looks like there's something tied to it.
Wait, don't pull it up. I'll go down to the riverbank and see.
That's a bit sussy as well. He's like, I will check out the evidence.
Did you find anything?
Her, oh?
Yes,
Her
there's
wardrobe's been really
cast
great.
iron kettle tied to the end of the rope.
Oh.
A kettle?
Yeah. You can pull it up now.
Bless me. I don't feel like that would have been heavy enough for the amount of tugging
I'll
that
look
she had
around
to
and
do.
see
Thank you, lads.
if there's anything else.
This is heavy.
Like, I know those cast iron kettles are heavy, but the way she was tugging on it.
Yoshino. Look, it's an ashtray. I'll bet it came from that room.
So that would mean the killer took it, but dropped it during the escape?
Maybe they just kicked it off the side.
Mr. Aizen Shijima has arrived.
How on earth is Gene dead?
Well.
Murdered at that. What are you gonna do about it?
It isn't our fault.
What's that?
Please calm down.
It's such a wacky... I don't mean to harp on these costumes, but it's such a wacky... like, so that guy is in a 70s suit with the giant lapels. The lady in red is in a 1940s style dress. They're wearing kimonos. That other lady was dressed like a 1920s flapper. Yeah, the other guy's wearing a fedora.
Trust me, I won't.
Or a trilby.
Let the killer get away with this.
I suppose we're having to suspend our disbelief that literally immortal people are alive. But I suppose they're not immortal if he can be killed, right? But he is ageless. Yeah, he's ageless. So why aren't they wearing 1970s John Travolta suits?
Gene was
I
killed
suppose.
in
Yeah.
We're a Shijima family
Yeah,
ceremony
maybe
was
that's
held
actually a good way to say, a good way to put it, Harmer.
yesterday.
We're
Someone stabbed him in the chest.
reading a book currently, so maybe this is just how our main character is imagining them.
Of someone escaping when we rushed into this room.
Yeah, the imagination.
rope
So
not
maybe
hanging
she's
from the
just
window.
she doesn't know.
Must have been left behind
She's
by
like,
the killer.
just old people, old or like old
Whoever
clothes.
killed Father must still be in this inn. We can't let them escape, can we? I will do whatever it takes to uncover their scheme.
Use of wear trilbies. I think it should transcend culture as well. I think everybody who wears, like, I think, you know, a trilby should be an addition to anybody's, like, traditional dress. You just see King Charles when he's in his, like, you know, his military suit for his traditional, you know, the traditional things that the king does in here. He just puts a trilby on. The Pope? Yeah, have a white trilby? Oh, yeah. That means that we're thinking, Nooks. Is that not how you think? Anything notable? All right, let's have a look. Anything notable? Well, the red camellia. Nope. The brazen is still burning. Trilby merch when? That's what the T in CBT stands for, actually, is Captain Badger Trilby. There's a charcoal brazier in Genei's room. Still burning this morning. It must have influenced the killer's actions somehow. Really? Really? Maybe it was. Maybe it did. Maybe they just forgot to turn it off. Maybe they were a part of the mechanism to make the sound. Yeah. So that they could... No. Yeah, maybe you're right. I was about to say something about the burned out light, but this doesn't make sense. The light bulb must have some connection to the murder. But the statues weren't attached to anything. I think that would just be guesswork. I feel like not enough of this game. We don't spend enough time looking at the crime scene. I feel like we spend a lot of time here just making, like, guesses without necessarily having evidence to back it up. You know? Oh, ashtray. The ashtray from Genai's room was found by the riverbank. How did it get there? There must be some reason behind it. Ashtray? I honestly, it just seems like the ashtray might have been, like, kicked. Yeah, I feel like I have to brute force it because I don't necessarily have all the evidence. And I feel like with these, yeah, like some of these are kind of the same and it's not always obvious what fits where, or it doesn't seem to matter. It seems inconsequential what fits where. Yeah. I obviously nibble. Yeah. Regularly. What I do every weekend. I should play it again. See if we can 100% it. I've only ever stayed at a hotel once. The Tanuki statue is related to the murder. Is it though? There's 700 Tanuki statues in Genai's room. I love the Tanuki statues are the statues with the massive testicles, and I can't stop looking at them. Why were they moved to the entrance of the room? The Tanuki statues have some connection to the murder. It's absolutely fucking terrifying. Just all those eyes looking at you and those balls looking at you as well. Alright, the red camellia. No. Maybe they're the souls of the former test subjects. I do think that the Trilby guy's pretty... I feel like he might be enacting the Sakaki's... Why was it found tied to the end of the rope? The kettle must have some connection to the murder. Well, I think they chucked it out because it was heavy so that they could use the... like, firm up the rope, right? Okay. Why did the killer return to his room? Maybe they were also... They maybe wanted to put the camellia there? No. Okay. It's probably those two. They were searching for something. They may have been searching for something. I mean, like sometimes these... I mean, obviously, maybe they were searching for something, right? Also, maybe they realized that they'd left evidence behind that they needed to go pick up. Okay. Why did he... They might have been trying to destroy evidence left behind. I think they were probably looking for something. I don't know whether it would make sense. Why was the ashtray found on the riverbank? I don't know. Window? The window was open? Tied to the railing? Oh, there we go. The killer lost the ashtray while escaping. I think that's most likely, to be honest. Like, here he comes. Oh, and he dropped it. I know. So, I reckon it's because two of them were smoking cigarettes. And they wanted to hide the evidence that there'd been more than one person in the room. Maybe. Maybe. Is it going to have lipstick on it? Because it's not like they've got DNA evidence here. If it were important, they would have remembered to pick it up. Unless they lost their glasses. Unless they had lost their glasses and they couldn't see. I think it was the lady who did it. I think she lost her glasses down there. She said that the guy knocked them. Goodness. Yeah, through the closed window. And because maybe she had lost her glasses, she couldn't see that the window was closed. Oh my goodness. Oh! Yeah. The ashtray came from upstream. It was quite heavy. I don't think it would have. Rained a few days ago. River was higher than usual. What were the chances that it would turn out up? No. What were the chances that it would turn up right underneath his window? 0. The chances are 0. Okay, right, next. Hey, Space. How are you doing? How did the killer escape? Right. Open window. Where was it? Camellia. Swinging rib. No? Open window. No? Sure. Teapot? There we go. Got it. The killer wasn't in his room. There was a rope tied. It's unlikely someone who could have tied it this morning. The killer must have tied it after killing him yesterday. So maybe the killer wasn't in the room this morning. But we heard something. I feel like it's likely the killer went back, or else the game wouldn't be focusing on it. Someone in a morph suit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, probably used it to escape. That's fine. I do wonder about just newting forwards. When was he killed? Well, last night, right? In the commotion of last night. No. Yeah, the body was already stiff, so it must have been at the night, during the night. There we go. Yeah. He was killed before the lantern ceremony. Maybe he was killed yesterday before the ceremony. If so, almost anyone here could have done it. I think he was killed at night. You don't think? But we heard that noise. They could have come back to look for evidence. Completely stiff. Maybe he was killed yesterday after the lantern ceremony. If so, anyone but Eisen could have done it. Noise was a trick. Oh, that would be interesting. Ganai's body was completely stiff and we found it. Maybe he was killed yesterday during the lantern ceremony. I think it was that lady without her glasses. That's why I'm like... Okay, who could have entered? Maybe I should keep going. How did the killer escape? There we go. You think it's the trilby? He did say that he had something to talk to her dad about. It would make for a nice twist, but I don't feel like he'd be helping us. The killer judged the distance to the riverbank just to be safe, opened the window, then jumped down and escaped. Wouldn't they use the fucking rope? Of course they use the rope. Of course they use the rope. It doesn't fit there though. Okay. Maybe the ashtray. What was that? I just hid in Ganai's room. Oh. I don't feel like he hid in there. Was there anywhere the killer could have hidden in there? But that would be fucking weird, right? Just to chill in there with the dead body. Where could did they actually? Where could they have killed? Where could they have hidden? It was the Tanuki after all. They teabagged him to death. In the vase? I don't know. Outside the window. This is stupid. This is silly. We don't have any evidence for this. Oh, wow. Why do they like... Oh, why are they standing like that? Oh, okay. Not sure. Wants to show his asshole. Right, okay. Riverbank. Like, we don't have any evidence. This is silly. This is like literally just guessing. Oh, there we go. Underneath the table. Okay. Fucking in between the legs. I think we probably would have noticed if he was under the table. He's like, Pipo. In the closet. That would make sense. Killer hid in the space in the back. Surely we should have looked. Surely we should have checked this. Like, why didn't we, when we went in, found my dad's body, why didn't we check? Right, let's click closet as well. Okay. Killer must have hid there and held their breath. We were in there for quite a long time. I don't think they would have held their breath for that long. Right, next. Why did the killer prepare a rope? Literally could be for any reason. Quite clearly to get out, right? Hang on. Oh, come on. The question is, why did the killer prepare the rope? And this is the answer? The rope was used to sneak into his room? No, that's stupid. Obviously not. Probably, like, because the kettle is from his room. Yeah. A rope down. Yeah, wanted to escape. I think it's to escape. Or to return. Like as a way back in. No, this is wacky. Absolutely not. No. Just fucking drag the body back up. No. There's blood everywhere. Okay. This is just a suggested diversion. Oh. This isn't my favorite. This isn't my favorite method of like kind of Sherlock Holmesing it. Okay. The killer knew this. They wouldn't come in the morning. The killer didn't know Misao would come to wake Genai. Yes, this is that's I like that. That made sense. Yes. Right. Oh. The Tanukis are we talking about now? The killer didn't know Towaku was up all night. Okay. The last case was short too. It's like they ran out a little bit. The first case was very good though. Killer must have not considered this. Killer didn't know Towaku was up all night drinking. Yeah, there wasn't much setup. I don't know. This one wasn't too bad. I think the last one, there wasn't enough setup for it. Also, I was surprised that Yayoi was Io because she didn't seem that bothered. Like, she didn't seem bothered enough for murder. Was it Sayaka's death? Okay. Knocked Ayami's glasses out the window last night. The windows are closed. Okay. No, because it wasn't. I mean, you know, I'm starting to doubt that maybe her glasses did go out the window because it would just be silly. Okay. Right, why was there a rope? God. Okay. It's probably back here. Oh. Oh my god, why was the answer is heavy kettle? Also, see, this is what I mean by there are two identical, like kettle found by the river and heavy kettle. Basically same answer. But for some reason, this one is the answer. And they don't expect me to brute force it. Like, the brute forcing is the only way you can do this because they give you two identical statements and expect you to... Right. Okay. Seed. Okay. Killer threw the kettle at someone. The killer saw someone they didn't like out the window and just fucking lobbed a kettle at them. They wouldn't throw a kettle at anyone. Oh my god. It wasn't used. There was no broken window. If the kettle was used to break the window, there would have been a broken window. There wasn't one. Oh my god. Why are we even, like, discussing this if there isn't the evidence to back it up? Aninish, good evening. Good evening. Oh my god. You shitting me? A clue that the kettle was used to pull the rope? Maybe the fact that the fucking kettle was at the end of the rope. No? Is that not clue enough that the kettle was used to... Stupid waste of my time. Christ. Does the kettle have a rope attached to it? Yes. Is it heavy? Yes. Oh my god. The body caught on the rope and was moved? Oh my god. This is stupid. Do you think the game wasn't long enough? Do you think they ran out of money? And the game just simply wasn't long enough to justify the money it was being sold for. So they were like, how do we pad this game out? How about we have stupid reasoning that makes no... What? The body turned over? Why do I care if the body turned over? Body may have originally been facing down in another direction. And so many of these things don't even matter when we come out of the reasoning. We come into this screen where it doesn't really matter what we say to the guy because we don't figure anything new out. No, this game's great. It's great. I enjoy it. I've been really enjoying it. I don't want to shit on it too much. It isn't the worst game of the year. It's like really genuinely enjoyable. But it is falling in the last hour. It is like... The story is still great. The story is great. All of the FMV scenes, great, amazing, enjoyable. This, not enjoyable. This, have it like, not fun. Does this part well. I don't mind the Sherlock Holmes ones where you connect things. It's kind of okay. Ashtray may have caught on the rope. We found the table tipped over in the ashtray by the river. This is fair enough. Yeah, you know what? That's fair enough. But yeah, could have slid out the window. It's fair enough. Causing the ashtray to fly and land on the river bank. Yeah, fair enough. It could have done that. And let me show you the next screen that we go to as well. The screen that I haven't used beyond what the game actually makes me use it. Maybe that was the sound of the ashtray falling out the window. Why was the rope pulled with a kettle? Because the kettle's fucking heavy. That's why. That's... Oh, because it was heavy. We've already established that we've spoken at length about this kettle. We have spoken so much about this shitty kettle and why it was used. Because it was heavy. That's why. It's great, Matthias. It's great, except for this bit. Everything's great. The FMV is great. It's a great story. It's really interesting. Maybe the killer used the rope to strangle Genji to death. Where has that come from? These are so out of pocket. He threw it in the river to wash it out. So now we're doing our fucking washing up in the river? And that's why it's at the end of the... Why was the rope pulled with a kettle? I was searching for Ayami's glasses. That doesn't make sense. This isn't a sentence. The killer sent Seta a signal using the kettle. Seta said he would go search at the riverbank. And you know what? I'm not going to give this game a pass for its silly costumes anymore. Now it's irritated me. Another thing that's wrong with the game is the fact that we've got a 1970s suit, a 1940s dress, kimonos, a fucking fedora, but we're supposed to be in 1880. Everyone looks like they're time travelers that are horrifically confused. See, look at this. Look at this. Let me see it. Hopefully it'll show me. Look at this suit. This suit screams 1881 to you? Absolutely not. And then this lady's in a 1940s silhouette. And everyone's got fedoras on. Sorry, I've lost it. I lost it, guys. I'm so sure in 1881. 1841? No. We're in 1841? Yeah, we're in the 1800s. I'm pretty sure. This is when I'm completely wrong. I'm not, though. 1880s. Alright. Was the killer targeting someone by the river? No. No, they weren't. The killer was not trying to throw the kettle at anyone. The killer wasn't. The killer... I swear to God. The killer was not trying to throw the kettle at anyone. Oh my God. No! Stop! Leave the kettle alone! Please. I didn't... No! The kettle isn't the murder weapon! The killer was trying to catch some fish, but using the kettle. The kettle was the murderer. The kettle is love. The kettle is life. Oh, there we go. The sound was the ashtray falling. So we think it might be this. The sound was the ashtray falling out of the window. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely possible for this. That's true. Oh, it's that fucking kettle again. No, it's not the kettle. The kettle must have been thrown out there last night. Oh my God, the kettle is the head of the red camellias. It's the crimson kettle. The sound was the armrest being knocked over, but why does it matter? Like, I just feel like we don't need to go into this in depth about every single like item in the room. I feel like it's unnecessary. Plus the ashtray, I'm pretty sure was supposed to be inside the room, not outside on the balcony. At least that's where I saw it last night. Last time we saw our dad. But the sound was the vase being toppled. We got any other items in the room that's been knocked over that we'd like to go to a separate screen and really consider? The sound was a bird falling off the roof. God. Wonder if we've got a scene where I'm seeing my dad. Maybe not. Oh, maybe the, I thought that the ashtray was there, but I can't really see. I'm seeing it from there. It's fine. Next, why was the vase knocked over? Now we have to further carefully consider every object in the room. Well, we know the vase was knocked over because he was fighting. God, why are we still talking about the rope and the kettle? We're still talking about the rope and the kettle. Oh, the rope was tied to the railing and the kettle. Fucking shot every time they write about this fucking kettle. Oh my God. Did the vase get knocked over by the kettle? The kettle sprouted legs and knocked over the vase. Why does this not fit here? His kimono is in disarray. He tried to fight back. Why didn't he knock over the... Like, that's possible that he knocked over it. Maybe the tanuki did kill him. Maybe it was the tanuki with the kettle in the pantry. Oh my god. Lads! We're about to say it was the fucking wind. A strong... Why do I care? Oh my god! Must have been the wind. Oh. The window was open in Genai's room this morning. Maybe a strong gust blew over the vase. Maybe it did. Oh my god. Why did the killer knock over the vase? Because they can't see anything with their glasses, no. They were meant to hear the vase fall over. See, I'd be more interested in this if I hadn't just spent, like, 10 minutes hearing about the kettle and how the wind... Okay, next. We can complete it. No, we're gonna... We'll get the... Oh, God. I don't know what happens if I don't bother completing it. You know what, fuck it. We're not completing it. Truth's clear. And then we go to this next screen, which is silly as well.
Well then, let's think about what's happened so far. First, is there anything that caught
Yeah, we'll just brute force it. Okay, so we go here, and we say, what's intriguing? And we're like, oh, what I think is intriguing. The alibi. I think alibis are intriguing. Why did the killer knock over the vase? We were meant to hear the vase fall over. The vase fell when the killer fought Genai. I think that was it. After killing Genai, the killer entered his room again this morning and made another escape. But why take such a risk? Figuring out the killer's action is of utmost importance to the case. And it tells me nothing. This tells me nothing. It tells me nothing. Like, I know. I am quite aware that figuring out the killer's action might be important to the case. I think, you know, having a motive and having actions was probably quite important to the case. It tells me nothing. I don't learn anything from this. And then they ask me, is there anything else that struck me as odd? And then I have to, you know, and it just never tells me anything. So I just click finish reasoning, so that this screen means nothing to me.
Use your reasoning to find the culprit.
Got it. I will make them confess.
Tell me about the kettle.
Let's make sense of this.
Oh, the kettle's there.
At first.
The star of the show.
The killer murdered my father, Genne, last night. They were also looking for something in this room, but it was too dark because the light bulb was burnt out.
We didn't even talk about the light bulb.
When
in our
we came by to wake my father,
never got mentioned.
They panicked and escaped through the window using the rope.
Yes.
That must be what happened.
But one thing puzzled me.
Look, she looks sussy.
If the killer was
lady in the red
in
dress.
Panic, then there is something that really doesn't make sense.
The kettle.
Oh, there is?
It's the kettle.
Yes. It's the fact that
they used a kettle. No one even saw a trace of the killer. The body was already completely stiff and the rope was tied securely. No one saw a trace. Rope was tied securely, probably. You know, you probably wouldn't have time, would you? Oh, the kettle. The kettle's being used as well. It's trying to tell us something. It's whispering.
This rope.
Are we making tea in our
to the railing?
Dad's like
you wouldn't think that it
with the blood on the floor and everything.
We can deduce that this was definitely not A spontaneous action by the killer.
Ah, so the killer had planned from the start to escape to the riverbank.
Which leads us to my next question.
I've reached my boiling point.
Did, in fact, climb down this road.
You know, it kind of looks like a 1980s dress rather than 1950s.
That means there was something they didn't know. If they had known, they certainly would not have picked that escape route.
Okay.
Something that would make them steer clear of the riverbank. Information that the killer didn't have?
Indeed. Something that was known to everyone. Except the main suspect in this case. Namely...
Okay, who didn't know that he was gonna go look for the glasses? Okay, there was a commotion last night when she lost her glasses. That promised to go look for them first thing in the morning. If the killer knew this, they wouldn't have escaped to the riverbank. They must have known. Must not have known she lost her glasses. Wake him up at 7 in the morning. If the killer knew this, they wouldn't have gone to Ganai's room this morning. Or Ganai's room this morning. The killer didn't know. Well, didn't we assess that the killer didn't know any of this? Probably this, right? We decided that the killer didn't know that they would wake him, or I'll pick this one. If it's wrong, we'll just...
The fact that Saita planned to go search for Ayame's glasses at the riverbank this morning.
You mean the commotion last night?
Yes. Try to recall what happened.
I suppose the uncle was the only one who didn't know.
About Saita's plan to search the riverbank in the morning.
Yes, I know, Something happened? Go get them already. I can't...
No one in that group would choose the riverbank as an escape route.
Unless the killer was stupid.
Good point. That leaves only one person. Who could possibly be the killer?
Well, it actually leaves two. Drunk lady and that guy. Are you serious that this is going to be the end? We haven't even spoken about the kettle yet. Are you serious? No, I'm sure that we're going to do it. There's going to be more. We haven't even spoken about the kettle. She does seem like she's nervous. Well, I think it's probably... He's the only one who didn't know. Or him. I don't know, she seems sussy, but we'll accuse him. Because he's the only one who didn't know. Oh.
Uncle. You're the killer.
Imagine if he's like, no.
You missed the commotion last night. Meaning only you would think it was safe to flee to the riverbank.
I see. So I murdered Gene yesterday. Forgot something important and sneaked back in this morning. Then I appeared before all of you pretending to know nothing. How interesting. But I have an alibi. I was with a patient last night. Right up until Ayame contacted me this morning.
Yes. I am sure that is true.
In that case, I couldn't be the one who fled this room, am I right?
Uncle, you were...
The killer used a rope to flee the room. The killer wasn't in... what? The killer hid? The killer jumped out... Use the fucking rope! Obviously! No?
You did, in fact, escape using the rope. Then you sneaked back here in the morning.
I don't care that I'm a suspect, but do you really think that I tell such a flimsy lie? Go on, Yoshino. Please check my alibi. I was treating an emergency patient up until this morning.
But...
I won't tolerate being treated like a criminal. You know, we should leave this to the police.
Is that how you plan to get away with this?
Now that Gene is dead, I'm in charge here. I trust no one has any objections. Now, Yoshino, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave!
We didn't even talk about the kettle, though.
I don't know what my uncle told the police after that.
Would you like to hear about my
but
Lord
he
and Savior?
got away with it.
The kettle?
All because my reasoning fell short. I couldn't follow the path of logic.
Did I fuck up? I fucked... Excuse me? Is it because I didn't... Oh my god, it's because I didn't do the last of these shitty things. Oh, lads. Oh my god, I didn't think I needed to. Fucking brute force all of these things. Don't care. Stupid. I didn't realize that these would actually impact. Get to hear about our Lord and Savior, the fucking kettle again. Oh, Mr. West. Baldy One Kenobi, what an amazing name. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Most likely, Mr. West. Yes, you should do. Oh, yeah, I remember, Paul. Well, you pick it up and you place it in your purse. There we go. Go, go, go. Hey, Yasu! Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Next, who could have entered his room? Oh, oh, oh. What? Wasn't in Ganai's room this morning. I don't think it was her. She stank of alcohol. I can't imagine someone who stinks of alcohol being able to traverse a rope. There's no way Miss Al could have been in the room before that. Okay, that's fine. Josui wasn't in the room when we found the body. Okay, that's fine. Next. Emergency patient. Oh. I'm just spamming the escape so that we can skip. Well, at least we know that he's not the murderer, probably. Considering we accused him and... Or was he the murderer? Because she said that he got away with it. Got it. Could have entered the room this morning, I agree. But he was alone, so we couldn't prove he was telling the truth. Could have entered unnoticed, that's very true. she could have entered the room this morning, but she was alone, so we can't prove she was telling the truth. I think it was her, though. But it's probably going to end up being the uncle, right? Because he kept laughing at me as well. Okay. Let's go. No. Ready.
Uncle. You're the killer.
Okay, we're definitely...
You missed the commotion last night, meaning only...
Skip a little bit.
I see. Important and sneak nothing.
We've seen this bit.
In that case, I couldn't be the...
Oh, you were...
Okay. Used a rope.
You did, in fact, escape using the rope. Then you sneaked back here in the morning.
I don't care that I'm a suspect, but do you really think that I tell such a flimsy lie? Go on, Yoshino. Please check my alibi. I was treating an emergency patient up until this morning.
But...
I won't tolerate being
Did I fuck that up again? Are you shitting me?
You know, we should leave this to the police. I'm...
Oh, for goodness sake. Snuck is correct. Snuck is correct. My reasoning, I thought the problem is the fact that I didn't finish off this. Is it just I just got it wrong? Yeah. It might be a... the dubs should know it was snuck. Not sneaked. But... I sneaked? Pretty sure it's snuck.
Uncle. You're the killer. You missed the commotion last night.
Oh,
only you.
Usage sneaked is the traditional past tense, and past, like of sneak. Snuck is a new originating from the US in the early 20th century. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Murder.
That's just skippy.
That is...
Okay, right. The killer wasn't in Gene's room. Okay.
You didn't escape.
I'm glad you understand.
You only made it look as though you had escaped, using a simple trick.
A trick?
That rope, the cast iron kettle tied to the end of it, the vase, the
Kettle
Shigaraki
mentioned.
Tanuki statue. You used all of these objects to trick us into thinking that the killer had escaped through the window.
All right, let's hear it.
But my
This
reasoning
kettle
didn't
at
suggest that
the
you
end of
tricked
the
me.
rope. What do you make of it?
I don't want to talk about the kettle anymore.
The kettle was used to pull the rope. You used a Tanuki statue to hold down the rope, with the kettle end of the rope outside the window. When someone opened the door and moved the statue, the rope would be pulled into
stupid,
this room, and
because you'd have to
the
guarantee
the
that
kettle
somebody
would drop down to the riverbank. This is exactly what happened when Josie opened the door this morning.
You'd have to guarantee that
Even
someone was going to
without
move
you
that
nearby,
exact Tanuki.
The trick would be set in motion automatically. And that's how you intended to evade suspicion.
You really do have quite the imagination. So, what about the vase? I have an interest in ceramics.
But you could have squeezed past the tanuki.
Yes, but what does that prove?
As for the vase,
Probably this one.
you set up this vase because you wanted us to hear the sound of it falling over. By putting the rope around the vase, it would be pulled off balance and fall over. Hearing that sound, we would
We've got
be
no proof, though.
convinced that the killer was inside this room.
Interesting theory. But that's all mere conjecture.
Yeah.
Perhaps the killer actually used the rope to escape. That seems more plausible, no?
Yeah, it does,
But then
actually.
I can't think of why the ashtray would end up at the riverbank.
What ashtray?
The one which was beside the window yesterday was found on the riverbank.
So what if it was?
Think about it. To make us think the killer had escaped from the window, you needed the tanuki, the rope, the kettle, and the vase. That's all you needed. The ashtray didn't serve any purpose. So the reason...
So I'm really
found it
glad
at the
they
riverbank
made me answer
was-
so many questions about it. Okay. Must have caught on the rope.
You didn't intend for it to happen. By sheer chance, the ashtray must have caught on the rope.
Literally, they
as it
could have
slid
thrown
out
the ashtray out of the window. There is no...
And if you were at the riverbank, would you leave the ashtray there? What if your
No, it was the kettle
fingerprints were
doomsday.
on it?
It's the kettle.
Or what if my father had left
Spa.
something in it that might incriminate you? That seems possible. And you would probably come to the same conclusion, in short. You would definitely take the ashtray and run, but you didn't. Because?
No, this is a little bit... I feel like we're... This is not...
You weren't there at all.
I'm not sure about this, lads. It could have just been punted out the
Let me
window while
say
they
it
were
again.
fighting, and because in the dark,
The killer is.
he might not have seen the ashtray. You know, there are so many reasons why the ashtray could be outside. And I feel like it's literally just conjecture that...
You're the killer, Uncle. Aren't you? It's time for you to come clean.
I'd still be like, nah. You're guessing everything.
Now, let's accept
Oh my
for the
God.
moment that...
That's
the
fair
rope
enough. You
was
know
a
what? I
diversion.
just said that I would
It
argue
was
it, and now
left
he
by
is.
the killer. In that case, that means it was put in place right after Gene was murdered. Which brings us back to the main question. Who
I
murdered
picked him
Gene?
because we'd already...
So, do you have any evidence that points to me?
No.
I do.
Oh.
But
I
before
do.
explain my reasoning, there's one thing I'd like to
I do.
ask you, Uncle.
What is it?
Why? Pencil. I'm not sure.
When you left to attend to your emergency patient, you borrowed a pencil from Misao, didn't you?
Here you go.
Yes.
Here is the guest book, which Misao has kindly shared with me. This is your writing,
I'd like
isn't
to
it?
ask you one thing, Uncle. How did you get that dump truck in
It
that
is.
kimono?
Alex, the
Looks
kettle
like it
helped him.
was Written
Thank
with
you.
a fountain pen. The ink and the lines are clearly different from the others.
Are you saying that why did you need to
wrote
borrow a
this
pencil?
with your personal fountain pen, Uncle? So, why did you borrow a pencil from Misao?
Maybe he didn't have the pen on him.
Given that you used your own fountain pen to sign the guest book.
Maybe he didn't have that. We haven't even talked about this in our reasoning, where we spent 20 minutes talking about a kettle.
Because...
Perhaps...
Huh? The fountain pen was the murder weapon! What?
The fountain pen was the murder weapon.
We didn't even discuss this in the reasoning.
You think you could kill someone with a fountain pen?
I don't know.
Sharp enough, it's possible.
I didn't see any wounds on Gene's body that suggested death by fountain pen.
Oh, the black blood. Yeah.
Not exactly.
Blood was black.
I don't mind waiting for the police to inspect the body.
Did I fuck it up?
I doubt they'll find any such wound.
If you're that confident, maybe the fountain pen wasn't the murder weapon, but there must be a reason you borrowed that pencil instead of using your own pen. It must have been because...
his fountain pen was out of ink. He needed to talk to Misao. It was out of ink.
Your fountain pen was out of ink, wasn't it?
I think we all did, Nibble.
You kept it in your sleeve,
I think we all did.
And it broke during your scuffle with my father.
Oh.
Isn't that so?
Are we seriously saying his pen broke while they fought?
And I'd wager you didn't notice the broken fountain pen at the time. Because if you had realized it, you certainly wouldn't have left such damning evidence at the scene.
What do you mean? We never saw a fountain pen.
Evidence? What evidence could there be? Out with it!
It must be the black blood, right? The charcoal brazier, the burnt out light bulb, the blood stains on the tatami mat. I think it's the blood stains because they were mixed with something dark, which could be ink. He's gonna have steam coming out of his ears soon. Make you a cup of tea.
Father's bloodstains. All dried up and tinged with black.
We never discussed this in our reasoning. We spent 20 minutes with talking about a kettle.
It contained some of the ink from your fountain pen, you see. You got in a scuffle with my father, and the pen that was in your sleeve broke. The ink that leaked out got mixed with my father's blood. Am I right?
Did you hear the pen break? This is silly. Lads, this is silly. It's because this was never discussed. There wasn't anything to remember.
Once we compare the composition of these stains and the ink in the guest book, the answer will be clear. This ink is the evidence that you are the killer.
We spent so much time talking about the kettle.
We solved the mystery. But one question still remained.
Well, who the hell are you?
That's my very insightful companion and fellow investigator. But more importantly, Uncle, tell me why you killed my father.
Why is he wearing that hat inside?
Answer me.
Saita told you the true purpose of the succession, I presume. This is Gene's last year, and you were next in line to become ageless, Yoshino. But Genne not only let you escape, he even gave you our last Tokijiku, the only one left in existence. Genne vehemently opposed the Shijima family's research. He let his successor run away with the Tokijiku in an attempt to end the tradition once and for all.
And that's why you murdered him? How could you? How could you, Uncle Asa? I'll never forgive you. You didn't have to kill him!
Silence! So what if one tired shell of a man dies? Let go of me! Don't touch me!
Is that a camellia?
Well, that was...
So you are a Scarlet Camellia after all.
Why are you meddling in our affairs?
I'm sorry, what?
Have we met before?
My name is Josui Sakaki.
I said he was a Sakaki.
Kusaka's a false name. Don't tell
Is he
me
gonna
you've
kill him?
forgotten the name Sakaki. So it was you who left. A red camellia on the wreckage of my family home.
I see. So there was a survivor.
For the music.
That explains why we only found
It's a bit
one
of a bop.
Tokijiku in the whole estate. You'd taken them all and fled, hadn't you?
You took away my father, my mother, my child.
Oh, Smash.
I will never forgive you for killing my family!
I feel like the dub doesn't necessarily get across the emotions sometimes.
You really think you're stronger than me?
Oh, there's the knife. Why did he run away and not finish him off?
Are you alright?
So Eizan Shijima's a Scarlet Camellia. I will make him pay for his crimes no matter what it takes. I'm sorry. You got dragged into this again, Yoshino.
What are you saying? I wanted this. This is just the beginning.
But we should not be together anymore. Just forget about me. Go out there and live the life you want. Otherwise, Genne won't be able to rest in peace.
Ah, he's breaking up with us.
Josie!
Music's a jam.
Soon the snow began to fall, stealing away the last remnants of warmth. Left behind, alone in the dead of night, I silently watched the world.
And she
around
kept his
me
trophy.
fade to white.
Yeah, he wasn't wearing it when he left. Well, he's probably got an A still. Oh, he's a B! B for bad. Alright, lads. Alright, we'll save the rest for next week. We'll, B for badger. We'll hold off and we'll save the rest for next week. We'll be back on Tuesday with this. I missed the entire pen subplot. Oh, damn. I am so hungry. Heck. Right, lads. We'll be back tomorrow with StarCraft. I'm gonna let you out. Just, you know, you can leave if you would like. I'll see you guys tomorrow for StarCraft. Friday will be Final Fantasy. Monday next week, Final Fantasy. I don't think I've got any changes in schedule next week. I will just double check. But it probably will be exactly the same as this week. You know, Monday, Final Fantasy, Tuesday, this game, Shijima Case, and Wednesday, StarCraft, and then Friday, Final Fantasy. I think that's the plan. But I will see you tomorrow. You guys have a wonderful evening. Have a lovely evening. Watch out for those kettles. They'll get you. They'll get you. They're murderers, all right? See you guys tomorrow.